You know what's smart? Treating yourself without cheating your goals. Eat smart with Factor.
In this video, fire, smoke, and a bit of sugar. Now that's the recipe for happiness.
All things can be used to support.
ロームに配置されています。敵がヒーローをバンします。味方がヒーローをバンします。使用するヒーローを選択してください。味方がヒーローを選択します。
します。残り5秒です。ようこそオナ・オブ・キングスへ。
バトルを楽しもう。
敵が5秒後に到着します。準備を整えましょう。全軍出撃。
I've washed my face. I really have. That wasn't me. I promise.
Has been slain. Enemy double kill.
I must be the least lovable person in the world. I must hide my dreams in the leaves, or they will go bad.
Mark point から撤退。
Some deities dwell in heaven, but others in mushrooms. You can't rely on others for everything. The misty marshes know neither east nor west.
Overlord, Tyrant降臨。タワーシールド消失。土砂が出撃します。 Answer me, Boitaka! Flames as far as the eye can see!
Enemy killing spree. You have been slain. Enemy double kill.
I've washed my face. I really have. Why are you so clingy?
Kogeki! Fight! Fight! Fight!
An enemy has been slain. Enemy unstoppable.
I promise. I must be the least lovable person in the world.
敵を倒しました敵が倒されました奥義クールダウン中
Killing spree.
I must hide my twins in the
Your
leaves,
team
or
has
they will go
destroyed a
bad.
turret.
味方が倒されました
Why are you so clingy?
Care to dance? No, you bow!
An enemy has been slain. Rampage.
Feast of ashes.
Some deities dwell in heaven, others in mountains. Why are you so clingy?
敵が倒されました A tooth for a tooth
The Misty Marsh is known neither east nor west. Eh.
タワーを破壊しました奥義クールダウン中
Can't rely on others for everything. Wolves are coming!
敵が消えた
Wasn't me, I promise.
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
I must be the least lovable person in the world.
技クールダウン中。
I've washed my face. I really have.
オーバーロードタイラント強化。戦車が出撃します。集合。
An enemy has been slain.
We've got
Enemy killing spree. Shut down.
I must hide my dreams in the leaves, or they will go back. Ha! That was me. I saw this.
Unstoppable. Fabulous. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Can't rely on others for everything. Misty Marshes know neither east nor west. Why are you so clingy?
集合。 味方がキーモンスターをダッシュしました。
Some deities
An enemy has been slain.
Air!
タワーを破壊しま
Can't
し
rely
た。
on others for
敵が
everything.
倒されました。
Fabulous. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
タワーを破壊しました。敵が倒されました。
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I've washed my face. I really have.
Killing spree. Aced. Your team has destroyed a turret. Victory!
The past is born of the future.
It's lonely at the top.
に配置されています。敵がヒーローをバンします。味方がヒーローをバンします。使用するヒーローを選択してください。
Born of the earth, rooted among the
味
trees.
方がヒーローを
From
選択します。
flames, I emerge to light up the world. 味方がヒーローを選択します。残り5秒です。ようこそオナー・オブ・キングスへ。敵が5秒後に到着します。準備を整えましょう。全軍出撃。On the ladder of chaos, while others fall off, I climb higher. More! I need more! Die, die, die!
First blood. An enemy has been slain.
Once, I was a pitiful creature, crawling through the ashes. But now all of Rainbow Bay knows my name.
Enemy has been slain.
Let's blow this place up. Any objections? Well, you?
An ally has been
stand.
slain.
Head held high.
"敵が倒されました。奥義クールダウン中。マークポイントから撤退。
An enemy has been slain.
Answer me, Boitata! Flames as far as the eye can see.
been slain.
敵が消えた。
From the ashes. New
An
life
enemy
will
has
rise.
been
The
slain.
ashes bring life.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Let's blow this place up. Any objections?
Enemy rampage. Enemy double kill. Shut down.
オーバーロードタイラント降臨。タワーシールド消失。土砂が出撃します。
Even the most noble of people can be turned into ash. Die, die, die!
An ally has been slain.
味方が倒されました。
More! I need more!
Killing spree.
タワーが破壊されました。
Look into my eyes!
タワーを破壊しました。
You have been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
From the ashes, new life will rise. The ashes bring life.
Double kill! Nice! Shut down! You have slain an enemy. Double kill! An enemy has been slain. Ace!
タワーを狙おう。
Die, die, die!
Your team has destroyed a turret.
敵に倒されました。
An ally has been slain. Shut down!
味方が倒されました。
The more a flame is sealed
撤
away,
退。
the fiercer it burns.
Enemy killing spree.
相手よりゴールドをビハインドしています。
Shut down!
Great! The terror! Face your fears!
敵を倒しました。
More! I need more!
敵が倒されました。
More!
slain.
Answer me, Boitata!
敵が倒されました
As the eye can see.
An ally has been slain.
タワーを破壊しました
You have slain an enemy.
味方が倒されました
An enemy has been slain. You have been slain. Enemy double kill.
The fire serpents will not be forgotten, and we will not hide. The more a flame is sealed away, the fiercer it burns.
マークポイントを攻めよう敵が消えたオーバーロードタイラント強化戦車が出撃します
An ally has been slain.
攻撃
An enemy has been slain. Enemy rampage. An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy double kill.
味方の第3タワーが攻撃されています
Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
Once, I was a pitiful creature, crawling through
攻
the
撃
ashes. But now all of Rainbow Bay knows my name.
Enemy godlike.
撤退
Die, die, die!
An enemy has been slain.
味方が倒されました
Here we stand, head held high.
攻撃
Fight, fight, fight!
Enemy legendary. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
味方の第3タワーが攻撃されています
Triple
味方の第
kill.
3タワーが攻撃されています
Fabulous. Shut down.
敵に倒されました
An
serpents will not be forgotten, and we will not hide.
Ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Enemy killing spree.
味方が倒されました。
Your turret has been destroyed.
味方の第3タワーが攻撃されています。タワーが破壊されました。味方の第3タワーが攻撃されています。
From the ashes.
Your turret has been
味方のクリ
destroyed.
スタルが攻撃されています。
Enemy rampage. Defeat.
Come find me if you run.
ロームに配置されています。敵がヒーローをバンします。味方がヒーローをバンします。使用するヒーローを選択してください。使用するヒーローを選択してください。
The Sweeping Fire's ultimate form! Blazing Flash!
味方がヒーローを選択します。残り5秒です。 ようこそオナー・オブ・キングスへ。
バトルを楽しもう。
敵が5秒後に到着し
グッドマ
ます。
ナー。
準備を整えましょう。全軍出
友
撃。
情第一。
Ahem. Dali High Court official business. Keep clear. Cloud Chaser. Moon Slash. Yeah. Yep, here's the sky. Moon Slash. Oi. Spin. Moon Slash.
攻撃。攻撃。
Yeah. I can feel it. Hey. Yeah.
味方が倒されました。
Come find me if you run into trouble. Whoa, I've never seen a weapon like yours. Interesting. Yep, spin. Yay. Cloud Chaser. Ha. Wait. Yeah. Ha. Yes. Oi. Wait.
An enemy has been slain.
Ooh. Hot, hot, hot. Yeah.
スキルクールダウン中。
An ally has been slain.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. Cloud Chaser.
敵に倒されました。
敵が消えた。
A beautiful day starts with a patrol walk.
敵が倒されました。
Ooh, hot, hot, hot.
攻撃。
Cloud Chaser.
オッケー。
オーバーロードタイラント降臨。タワーシールド消失。土砂が出撃します。
Here. Yay. Yay.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Yeah. Yeah. Ha. Yeah.
攻撃。
オッケ
I'm
ー。
coming for you, thieves.
攻撃。
Moon Slash. Wait. Pierce the enemy. Yeah. Here. Yeah. Here's the sky.
Killing spree.
Oi! Ahem. Dali High Court official business. Keep clear. Cloud Chaser. Blazing Wind.
タワーを破壊しました。
An enemy has been slain.
Spin.
集合。
Keep it up.
マークポイントを攻めよう。
Keep your flames to yourself. Off to the Dali High Court you go.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Yeah.
Shut
The lock
down.
says Joe. I wonder what it means. Cloud Chaser. Spin. Hoi. Hoi. Huh. Hey. Yeah. Cloud Chaser.
Slain an enemy. Enemy killing spree. Slain. An enemy has been slain.
Get in line, troublemakers, and I'll take care of you. Heh. Moon Slash. Heh. Come find me if you run into trouble.
Enemy rampage.
Cloud Chaser.
タワーを破壊しました。
Here's the enemy.
Shut down.
Yeah.
それだけだ。
I can feel a serious case coming.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Cloud Chaser. Moon Slash.
Killing spree.
攻撃。
Yeah.
You have slain an enemy. Your team has
I'm
destroyed
coming
a
for you,
turret.
Steve. Spin. Cloud Chaser. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Ha. Hey. Here's the sky.
Rampage. Shut
Cloud
down.
Chaser.
Double kill.
Nice.
タワーを破壊しました。
Yeah. Spin. Cloud Chaser. Moon Slash. Wait. Wait.
An ally has been
ごめ
slain.
んミスしちゃった。
Cloud Chaser. Yeah.
敵を倒しました。
Wait. Get in line, troublemakers, and I'll take care of you.
An enemy has been slain.
オーバーロード。
been slain.
Just a normal day for me.
Here's the shadows. Rampage.
Cloud chaser.
Executed.
Here,
Unstoppable.
cloud chaser. Oi.
Shut down.
味方が倒されました。
An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill. Killing spree.
Come find me if you run into trouble. Cloud chaser. Hey. Yeah. Spin. Heh. I'm coming for you, thieves.
You have been slain. You have slain an enemy. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
タワーが破壊されました。
Yay. Wait. Here.
味方が倒されました。
Yeah.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Cloud chaser.
An ally has been slain.
味方の第3タワーが攻撃されています。
Killing spree.
タワーが破壊されました。
Blazing slash.
Enemy killing
味
spree.
方の第3タワーが攻撃されています。
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy rampage.
味方の第3タワーが攻撃されています。味方のクリスタルが攻撃されています。
悪魔消えた。
敵が倒されました。
The Honglu Ministry is just after the Phoenix Gate. It's a lively place.
Shut
スキ
down.
ルクールダウン中。
Cloud chaser. I'm on fire.
攻撃。
Moon slash. Cloud chaser. Yay. Yeah. Hey. Here.
味方が倒されました。
Cloud
victory! Fabulous!
オーバーロードを狙おう。
Get in line, troublemakers.
Rampage.
I'll take care of you.
攻撃。
An ally has been slain!
Flash.
Double kill!
ナイス素晴らしい感動した
The Honglu Ministry is just after the Phoenix Gate. It's a lively place. Get in line, troublemakers, and I'll take care of you.
An enemy has been slain! Unstoppable! Double kill!
ナイス
Aced!
感動した
Beautiful day starts with a patrol walk.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Spin!
攻撃。
Hey, relax. I'm not here to cause any trouble.
Your team has destroyed a turret. You have been slain. Legendary!
タワーを破壊しま
Double kill!
す。敵が倒されました。ナイス。
Victory!
"務めを果たしたまで」
に配置されています。味方がヒーローをバンします。敵がヒーローをバンします。使用するヒーローを選択してください。
Those who shoulder the burden of fate carry the responsibility that they must prevail, even when alone.
味方がヒーローを選択します。味方がヒーローを選択します。残り5秒です。ようこそオナー・オブ・キングスへ。敵が5秒後に到着します。準備を整えましょう。全軍出撃。
The hearts of humanity have changed. Know their history these days. Here. Hey. It is better to walk alone than to be embroiled in endless arguments. Ha! Ha! It is better to walk alone than to be embroiled in endless argument. Resistance is futile. Most people interpret their own ignorance as other people being stubborn. The hearts of humanity have changed. Only those with humble hearts can truly grasp the vastness of the world.
An enemy has been slain.
味方が倒されました。
An ally has been slain. You have been slain.
The super beings often forget that they were once human. Humans have been striving for survival ever since the world was a barren wasteland.
集合。味方が倒されました。集合。オーバーロードタイラント降臨。タワーシールド消失。土砂が出撃します。
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your
Overload
turret
on Nero.
has been destroyed.
That they were once human.
敵が倒されました。
The super beings have resided in heaven for too long and have forgotten the plight of mortals.
An ally has been slain.
Resistance is...
Been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
素晴らしい。
The hearts of humanity have changed.
タワーを破壊しました。 味方が倒されました。 撤退。
Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain.
Everyone fails, even super beings.
攻撃。
Most people interpret their own ignorance as
敵を倒しました。
stubborn. Learn to fear.
味方が
味方の
倒されました
キャリーを。守って。
There's not much time.
An ally has been slain.
敵が倒されました。
Most people
Shut
interpret their
down.
own
今は
ignorance
ファームして集団戦に備えよう。
stubborn. hearts of humanity have changed.
Enemy killing spree.
Only those with humble hearts can truly grasp the vastness of the world.
An enemy has been slain.
The hearts of humanity.
An ally has been slain.
集合
Face your fears! Humans have been striving for survival ever since the world
Your
was
team
a
has
barren
destroyed a
wasteland.
turret.
敵が倒されました
The hearts of humanity have changed. Learn to fear!
An enemy has been slain.
The super beings often forget that they were once human. See? Enforcers are not super beings, but mortals think they're one and the
集
same.
合
Here! Oh!
集合味方が倒されましたオーバーロードタイラント強化戦車が出撃しますタワーを破壊しました敵が倒されました
The hearts of humanity have changed. Learn
オーバーロードを
to
狙
fear.
おう
Here!
オーバーロードを狙おう
I was once human, and I will do what's in their best interest.
攻
Your
撃
team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
タワーを破壊しました
Super beings. The hearts of humanity
集合
have changed.
Killing spree. Enemy rampage.
The path ahead is mine.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
One day, humans will no longer bow down submission?
Enemy killing spree.
Resistance is futile!
An enemy has been slain. You have been slain. Enemy double kill.
Super beings are not the highest power. The will of a hero is more powerful. Interpret their own ignorance as other people being stubborn. There's not much time.
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Enemy killing spree. Double kill.
素晴らしい感動した
I was once human, and I will do what's in their best interest. Face your fears! The super beings have resided in heaven for too long, and have forgotten the plight of mortals. Carnage!
Shut down. Nice killing.
Super beings are not the highest power. The will of a hero is more powerful.
Shut down.
The super beings have resided in heaven for too long, and have forgotten the plight of mortals.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree. An ally has been slain. Double kill. An enemy has been slain. Ace. Victory.
ファームレーンに配置されています。味方がヒーローをバンします。敵がヒーローをバンします。味方がヒーローを選択します。使用するヒーローを選択してください。
Ready? 味方がヒーローを選択します。残り5秒です。ようこそオナー・オブ・キングスへ。
バトルを楽しもう。バトルを楽し
敵が
もう。
5秒後に到着します。準備を
バトルを
整えましょう。
楽しもう。
全軍出撃。
Our future is shaped by our desires. Showtime!
First blood!
Be it me
Nice.
or parting, leave no regret behind.
I got your back.
May your wish come true.
Watch this!
An enemy has been slain!
Be it meetings or partings, leave no regret.
Showtime!
An ally has been slain! You have been slain!
the mundane. It's a place of poetry and dreams.
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Our future is shaped by our desires.
A true connection.
Try to keep up!
味方が倒されました。
May your punishments befall those who break their promises.
Let the bullets fly!
A true connection. May you form deep bonds. Only the bond creator can sever the bond.
集合。
You have slain an enemy. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Double kill.
絶対勝てるよ。
Rampage.
オーバーロード、タイラント降臨。タワーシールド消失。土砂が出撃します。
The world is more than just the mundane. It's a place of poetry and dreams. Let the bullets fly!
Unstoppable.
敵が倒されました。
Try to keep up!
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Showtime!
Shut down. An ally has been slain. Killing spree.
The world is more than just the mundane. It's a place of poetry.
Double kill.
を攻めよう。
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Watch this!
Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a turret. An An enemy has been slain.
Let the bullets fly!
Unstoppable. Rampage.
The world is more than just the mundane. It's a place of poetry and dreams.
You have slain an enemy. An ally has been slain.
Let the bullets fly!
Godlike. Double kill.
素晴らしい
Shut down.
ありがとう
マークポイントを攻めよう。味方が倒されま
ミニ
した。
オンウェーブを一掃しよう
An
Our
ally
future
has been slain.
Shaped by our desires.
ミニオンウェーブを一
敵が
掃しよう
倒されました。タワーが破壊されました。
Try to keep up!
Enemy has been slain. You have been slain.
味方が倒されました。オーバーロード、タイラント強化。戦車が出撃します。
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
ミニオンウェーブを一掃しよう
The world is more than just the mundane. It's a place of poetry and dreams.
ミニオンウェーブを一掃しよう
タワーを破壊しました。
An enemy has been slain.
There are no enemies that safe.
Try to keep up!
敵を倒しました。
You have been slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Towing is closed for the
I got your back.
You have slain an enemy.
タワーが破壊されました。味方が倒されました。
been slain. Double kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
マークポイントを攻めよう。タワーが破壊されました。攻撃。味方の第3タワーが攻撃されています。
The world is more than just the mundane. It's a place of poetry and dreams.
An enemy has been slain.
敵が倒されました。
奥義クールダウン
Enemy
中。
has been slain.
True connection. May you form deep bonds.
Let the bullets fly!
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
タワーを破壊しました。
You have slain an enemy.
Leaves no regrets.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain.
マークポイント
味
から撤
方が倒
退。
されました。
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I got your back.
撤退。攻撃。
An ally has been slain.
Showtime!
敵を倒しました。
You have been slain.
味方が倒されました。敵が倒されました。味方の
全
第3
員集ま
タワー
るまで戦
が攻撃さ
わないで
れています。。
味方のキャリーを守って。
Our future is shaped by our desires. Watch this!
Cheers to good times.
An enemy has been slain.
Or partings. Leave no regret.
Enemy killing spree. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Enemy ran Rampage! An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
The world is more than just the mundane. It's a place of poetry and dreams. Let the bullets fly! The world is more than just the mundane. It's a place of poetry and dreams. Watch this! Try to keep up!
Down! Nice killing! You have slain an enemy.
敵に倒されました。敵が倒されました。撤退。
I got your back.
Storm Dragon 降臨。決戦開始。
Let the bullets fly!
You have slain an enemy. An ally has been
味方のキャリーを
slain.
守って
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Triple kill. Shut down.
敵が倒されました。タワーを破壊しました。
Aced. Fabulous. Victory.
The entire world is waiting to be discovered out there. The world is more than just a...
ロームに配置されています。敵がヒーローをバンします。味方がヒーローをバンします。使用するヒーローを選択してください。
カメラに映るのは一部だけ。私はその裏も支配するの。
味方がヒーローを選択します。味方がヒーローを選択します。残り5秒です。 ようこそオナー・オブ・キングスへ。敵が5秒後に到着します。準備を整えましょう。全軍出
友情
撃。
第一、ライバルを尊重しよう。
弾ける白波って夏のビーチの定番よね。
First blood.
味方が倒されました。敵が倒されました。集合。
ビーチで人を救う熱血
撤退。
まさにメディア好みなストーリーね。
An ally has been slain.
私のリゾートホテルにクレームを言った客？そんなのいないわ。えい。
An enemy has been slain.
撤退。
空と海の境界を。
撤退。敵を倒しました。
問題を解決するより手中に収めるの、それが勝利への近道よ。ゴミの掃除よ。アクシデントも。
You have been
Dead.
slain.
弾ける白波って夏のビーチの定番よね。
Double kill!
集合。
事業に成功したいなら倒産寸前のビーチリゾートを狙うことね。
オーバーロード、タイラント降臨。タワーシールド消失。土砂が出撃します。攻撃。
問題を解決するより手中に収めるの、
敵が倒されました。
勝利への近道よ。
An ally has been slain.
ビーチ清掃員、指示に従いなさい。
An enemy has been slain.
敵を倒しました。味方が倒されました。
何よ。 テルにクレームを言った客？そんなのいないわ。破れ！空と海の境界を！戦略するカモメが勝利を予言しているわ。
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Nice killing. 海面の下に荒れ狂う海が隠れているわ。リーチ清掃員、指示に従いなさい。 Killing spree.
集合。
ミリオンに成功したいなら倒産寸前のビーチリゾートを狙うことね。
敵が倒されました。
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
On the future!
Your team has destroyed a turret.
問題を解決するより手中に収めるの、それが勝利への近道よ。
奥義クールダウン中。
はじける白波って夏のビーチの定番よね。
敵が倒されました。
リーチ清掃員、指示に従いなさい。
タワーを破壊しました。
ここは危険な海域よ。
An enemy has been
リ
slain.
ーチ清掃員、指示に
敵を倒しました。
私のリゾートホテルにクレームを言った客？そんなのいないわ。
Your team has destroyed a turret.
ゴミの掃除よ。空と海の境界を。
Killing spree. You have slain an enemy. Double kill.
勝利を予言しているわ。
タワーを破壊しました。
破れ！空と海の境界を。
味方が倒されました。
Unstoppable. Enemy double kill. Victory.
ファームレーンに配置されています。敵がヒーローをバンします。バンするヒーローを選択してください。味方がヒーローを選択します。味方がヒーローを選択します。ヒーローを選択してください。
カメラに映るのは一部だけ。私はその裏も支配するの。
残り5秒です。ようこそオナー・オブ・キングスへ。
バトルを楽しもう。
敵が5秒後に到着します。準備を整えましょう。全軍出撃。
バトルを楽しも
う。ビーチで人を救う熱血ヒーロー。まさにメディア好みなストーリーね。リーチ清掃員、指示に従いなさい。ゴミの掃除よ。破れ、空と海の境界を。
ミニオンウェーブを一掃しよう。
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
バカンスの時間よ。海面の下に 荒れ狂う渦が隠れているわ。私のビーチに立ち入るの。破れ、空と海の境界を。事業に成功した。
敵が倒されました。
破れ、空と海の境界を。
Ally has been slain. Killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
問題を解決するより手中に収めるの。それが勝利への近道よ。
助けて。
Enemy killing spree.
オーバーロードタイラント降臨。タワーシールド消失。土砂が出現します。
Enemy double kill.
破れ、
Rampage.
空と海の境界を。
味方を守って。
私のリゾートホテルにクレームを言った客？そんなのいないわ。
Enemy unstoppable. Shut down.
ビーチに立ち入るな。旋回するカモメが勝利を予言しているわ。波の掃除よ。
Your team has destroyed a turret.
清掃員、指示に従いなさい。
An enemy has been slain.
旋回するカモメが勝利を予言しているわ。弾ける白波って夏のビーチの定番よね。
マークポイントを攻めよ
う。破れ、空と海の境界を。ビーチ戦闘
Shut down.
味方が倒されました。タワーが破壊されました。
事業に成功したいなら倒産寸前のビーチリゾートを狙うことね。
攻撃。
旋回するカモメが勝利を予言しているわ。私のビーチに立ち入るの。
敵が倒されました。敵を倒しました。
問題を解決するより手中に収めるの。それが勝利への近道よ。ビーチで超級熱血運動。まさにメディア好みなストーリーね。破れ、空と海の境界を。
An ally slain. Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain. Rampage.
アクシデントも計画のうち。深海のようなこの静けさもカモフラージュでしかないわ。
攻撃。
清掃員、地図に従いなさい。ゴミの掃除よ。
タワーを破壊しました。
清掃員、地図に従いなさい。
Been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
敵が倒されました。味方が倒されました。
An enemy has been slain.
カモメが勝利を予言
You
している
have
わ。
slain an enemy.
清掃員、
You have been slain.
「白波」って夏のビーチの定番よね。
攻撃。
An ally has been slain.
やばい、空と海の境界を。
You have been slain. You have slain an enemy.
オーバーロード、タイラント強化。戦車が出撃します。敵が倒されました。
Double kill. Triple kill.
問題を解決するより手中に収めるの、それが勝利への近道よ。
攻撃。
ゴミの掃除よ。
攻撃。
アクシデントも計画のうち。深海のようなこの静けさもカモフラージュでしかないわ。ビーチ清掃員、指示に従いなさい。
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Double kill.
タワーを破壊しました。
Killing
バ
spree.
カンスの時間よ。清掃員、指示に従いなさい。私のビーチに立ち入るよ。
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
タワーを破壊しました。
Enemy double kill. Go. Killing spree. Double kill. Legendary. Unstoppable. Ace. Fabulous. spree.
I move mountains with my bare...
The shackles you...
ファームレーンに配置されています。敵がヒーローをバンします。味方がヒーローをバンします。味方がヒーローを選択します。ヒーローを選択してください。
カメラに映るのは一部だけ。私はその裏も支配するの。
残り5秒です。ようこそオナー・オブ・キングスへ。
バトルを楽しもう。
敵が5秒後に到着します。準備を整えましょう。
ライバルを尊重しよう。
全軍出撃。
オッケー。
私のリゾートホテルにクレームを言った客？そんなのいないわ。カモメが勝利を予言しているわ。
いいね。
撤退。
破れ。空と海の境界を。事業に成功したいなら倒産寸前のビーチリゾートを狙うことね。
Executed. Has been slain.
海面の下に荒れ狂う渦が隠れているわ。
撤退。
An enemy has been slain.
旋回するカモメが勝利を予言しているわ。
An ally has been slain. Killing spree.
旋回するカモメが勝利を予言しているわ。
撤退。
破れ。空と海の境界を。アクシデントも計画のうち。深海のようなこの静けさもカモフラージュでしかないわ。ゴミの掃除よ。
撤退。
旋回するカモメが勝利を予言しているわ。
オーバーロード、タイラント降臨。タワーシールド消失。土砂が出撃します。
You have been slain.
味方が倒されました。敵が倒されました。
私のリゾートホテルに
Enemy double kill.
集合。
そんなのいないわ。ここは危険な海域よ。旋回するカモメが勝利を予言しているわ。ゴミの掃除よ。
Enemy rampage.
タワーを破壊しました。
狂う渦が隠れているわ。倒産寸前のビーチリゾートを狙うことね。ビーチ清掃員、指示に従いなさい。
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
敵が倒されました。
An ally has been slain.
計画のうち、深海のようなこの静けさもカモフラー
Enemy double kill.
タワーが破壊されました。
Enemy rampage.
私のリゾートホテルにクレームを言った客？そんなのいないわ。
An enemy has been slain.
清掃員、指示に従いなさい。
タワーを破壊
マ
しました。
ークポイントに集合。
ゴミの掃除よ。
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a
旋回する
turret.
カモメが勝利を予言しているわ。
敵が倒されました。
空と海の境界を。
タワーを破壊しました。
旋回するカモメが勝利を予言しているわ。
集合。
私のビーチに立っている。
Enemy has been slain.
集合。
問題を解決するより手中に収めるの、それが勝利への近道よ。ビーチ清掃員、
集合。
指示に従いなさい。ここは危険な海域よ。
An enemy has been slain.
敵が倒されました。
ビーチで人を救う熱血ヒーロー、まさにメディア好みなストーリーね。
集合。
アクシデントも計画のうち、深海のようなこの静けさもカモフラージュでしかないわ。
集合。
弾ける白波って
味方が倒されました。
定番よね。私のビーチに立って
敵に倒されました。
An ally has been slain.
私のリゾートホテルにクレームを言った客？そんなのいないわ。ここは危険な海域よ。
オーバーロード、アイランド強化。戦車が出撃します。
An enemy has been slain. You have been slain.
decide.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
海面の下に荒れ狂う渦が隠れているわ。
Enemy unstoppable! An enemy has been slain! You have slain an enemy! Double kill!
アクシデントも計画のうち。深海のようなこの静けさもカモフラージュで使うわ。破れ空と海の境界を。前回したカモメが勝利を予言しているわ。
タワーを破壊しました。
An ally has been slain! You have slain an enemy!
破れ空と海の境界を。
Rampage!
味方が倒されました。
Your team has destroyed a turret.
問題を解決するより地球に収めるの。それが勝利への近道よ。
Unstoppable! An ally has been slain! Enemy double kill! Killing spree!
タワーを破壊しました。
事業に成功したいなら倒産寸前のビーチリゾートを狙うことね。エース戦闘員指示に従いなさい。
マークポイントに集合。
集合。
破れ空と海の境界を。私のリゾートホテルにクレームを言った客。
敵が倒されました。集合。
Victory!
Thanks to Marina Erudito.
ジャングルに配置されています。味方がヒーローをバンします。敵がヒーローをバンします。使用するヒーローを選択してください。味方がヒーローを選択します。使用するヒーローを選択してください。
This spear burns bright like the fire in my heart.
残り5秒です。ようこそオナー・オブ・キングスへ。
バトルを
敵が5秒後に到着しま
グッドマナ
す。準備を整えましょう。全軍出撃。
The Honglu Ministry is just after the Phoenix Gate. It's a lively place.
ーごめん、ミスしちゃった。大丈夫、焦らず行こう。
Moon Slash! Cloud Chaser! Hoi! Heh! Yay! Cloud Chaser! Hoi! Yeah! The lock says
マーク
Joe.
ポイントを攻めよう。
I wonder what it means. Blazing slash!
An
ごめ
ally
ん
has been
大丈夫
slain.
慌てないで
味方が倒されました。
Cloud chaser! Pierce the sky! I'm coming for you, thieves! Cloud chaser! Keep it up!
An ally has been slain.
敵を倒しました。
スキルクールダウン中
Double kill. Double kill.
味方が倒されました。
I'm back!
攻撃
Cloud chaser! Blazing slash! Yeah! Pierce the sky! Cloud chaser!
You have slain an enemy. You have been slain. An ally has been slain.
I'm back! Cloud chaser! Moon slash!
オーバーロードタイラント降臨。タワーシールド消失。土砂が出撃します。敵を倒しました。敵が倒されました。
You have been slain.
攻撃
I'm simply the best. I mean, my spear is. Moon slash!
Enemy killing
ミスしちゃ
spree.
ったごめん
Enemy double kill. Enemy unstoppable. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree. Shut down.
Cloud chaser! Yay! Wait! Spin! Cloud chaser! Here!
Enemy killing
Cloud
spree.
chaser!
An enemy has been slain.
Moon slash!
An ally has been slain.
Wait!
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Cloud chaser!
ついてきて
Oi! Should I grill it on a skewer? skewer. Moon slash. Reach that.
撤退
Moon slash. Cloud chaser.
タワーが破壊されました
Shut down! You have been slain. An ally has been slain.
I'm simply the best. I mean, my spirit is.
攻撃
Cloud chaser.
An ally has been slain.
Okay.
You have slain an enemy. Enemy double kill.
スキルクールダウン中
An ally has been
Daddy, high court
slain.
official business. Keep clear. Cloud chaser. I'm coming for you, thief.
Enemy rampage.
味方が倒されました
Your turret has been destroyed.
Tower が破壊されました
Watch my words and actions. What comes after that?
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
The Honglu Ministry is just after the Phoenix Gate. It's a lively place. Hey, relax. I'm not here to cause any trouble.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy rampage. Enemy double kill. Shut down. Enemy rampage. Fabulous. An ally has been slain.
タワーが破壊されました味方のクリスタルが攻撃されています
No speaking loudly, no chasing, no... Shh! I can feel a serious chase coming. Cloud chaser!
unstoppable.
Hey.
You have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Enemy godlike.
味方の第3タワーが攻撃されています。
Your turret has been destroyed.
タワーが破壊されました。味方のクリスタルが攻撃されています。味方の第3タワーが攻撃されています。
Defeat.
Very happy.
Can I see the points, guy? Please show it to us. I want to see if you got the 16 in the points. But again, it was a really nice time to see Fearless Esports actually getting the wins here, and a very deserving win for Fearless.
Yeah, Fearless Esports, of course, well, they did have the stellar drafting. They identified that enemy. Well, they want the E-Sing, but they kind of just let it out in the pool. And Paradise Esports, at that point, they could have drafted the E-Sing for themselves. If not, they wouldn't have been such dire straits. And them going for Concert Yu instantly instead of picking up the E-Sing, well, that was a bit of a misplay coming out for Paradise Esports.
That's true. Fearless is not gonna pick that. That's why I was surprised that they picked up the Concert U. They could have went with the last pick Concert U and just give the Yixing to Belby so that Fearless Esports wouldn't have the perfect composition. That was the missing piece of Fearless Esports' comp, and they got it. And that's why this game one was just in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, even if they didn't get it, there were a lot of potential combinations that they could have went for. They could have went with the Nuwa. They could have went with also the Gun and Mo, and also potentially, right, having Shi is also good in their lineup because it actually like defeats what a pay wants to do. So they had a lot of premium picks, but the best one was the Yixing, and as casters, we saw that with Paradise Esports, they couldn't see that coming. So that's just kind of sad for me.
Yeah, that's true. I agree. I agree with you because that could have been it. That could have been their chance to even fight back because the Pay Byron, that was their win condition. And also look at this. They weren't even able to fulfill that win condition for this double setup on the Pay Byron. And they even had the Zheng Fei on that third pick, and this composition could have been perfect. But also, it's Fearless we're talking about, and that's why they are just wiping the floor with Paradise.
Yeah, would win on the Mozi is really something to be feared. But going into the next game, right, it is a global ban and pick after all. So, well, they know that the pay Byron not available for Paradise Esports. The Jing will not be available for Fearless Esports. But speaking of it, right, Fearless Esports, they didn't really lose a lot of priority picks. If they wish to go for it, they still have the Zhangfei, they still have the pay, they still have the Byron. Meanwhile, for Paradise Esports, they are going to pick up a lot of that tier S picks within that lineup already. I can count 4 of them: Zhangfei, Pei, Byron, and the Lady Zhen. They're already gone for the taking.
Yeah. This is really sad because seeing this 4 out of the picture here for Paradise Esports, also remember, Fearless Esports could also pick that up. This is going to be the next pickup for Fearless Esports for the next game because the Sun Tzu, the Jing are already out of the picture, so they have a lot more things to work with for the next game. Having a pay Byron for themselves is also something that Fearless Esports would be happy to take.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Fearless Esports, they just outdrafted, they outplayed, and they played it very disciplined. Something that was a bit lacking when they were going up against Pause Gaming. So I really like that they reflected into that really impulsive nature that they had going up against Pause Gaming. And now, with these new adjustments, maybe they can take on the grand finalists, but they have to go through Paradise Esports with another 2 games.
Oh yeah, this is, oh man, look at that craft mode. This is just in favor of Fearless the whole time because we've seen them got like 4k, then it ballooned to 7k, and in the end it was an 11.8k gold lead for Fearless Esports. And man, Paradise Esports needs to do a lot of work here because this game is gonna be the Sky Show for MVP. 606, 27% damage taken 16%, and total gold of 26%, the highest for the team.
Yeah, 606. This man, I mean, at this point, who could stop him, right? For Paradise Esports, there wasn't a lot of disruption or lockdown for the Jing. He was free to do whatever he wished. And speaking of free to do whatever he wished, there was no response coming in for Paradise Esports when he was rotating out with the mirror domains. Inside the mirror domains, he's essentially unstoppable. And that's something that, yeah, as the Lady Zhen, you're not going to be able to do that against a Jing.
Oh yeah, really hard to deal with the Jing if you don't really have like a good amount of private control for the team that could actually target her pretty easily. Which is why in this game, it was just unfortunate they weren't able to fight back. But this time, at least they have something to think about. Right now, because we have a bit of a break, and this is why this time they have like 5 minutes to think about things.
Yeah, a bit of a breather at this point, but it's kind of known, right? Sky, he's going to go for these assassin junglers. He's going to try and dive your backlines as much as possible. And it's his playstyle. It's in his blood. He's been doing it for a very long time throughout the regular season. You don't really see him on the tank junglers. So that's what Pause Gaming, they really try and keep down, which is Sky. They know that he's going to try jump your backlines, try and get the farm a lot of the places, but they couldn't keep him down. And this trade not going in favor of Paradise Esports. Yes, they get the first blood onto Yin, but Yisong going down. That's a consistent net worth advantage taken away from the Clash laner Paradise Esports, a Byron who needs to snowball.
Yeah, and that is actually half of the reason why. No, that is the whole reason why you pick up a Byron, because you want to win the lane. And if you don't win the lane, oh man, this is just gonna be bad for the team. But again, it was a lesson to learn for Paradise Esports. They learned from that lesson already, so they would be able to think about what they can do next, what they could fix, and what is gonna work for the next game. I hope they pick up something from Fearless Esports from this game.
Yeah, look at that cannon blast into that flash think inside the box. Very good setup coming in for Fearless Esports, and it's just very flawless execution coming in, right? Fearless Esports, of course, they are able to pick and choose which of these team fights that they want. If they're not an advantage, they can actually disengage because they have a lot of mobility, but they're always at an advantage thanks to the boards coming out from Yin and the eventual damage coming out from KK as well.
Oh yeah, and look at that. This is it. This was the first game. There was a lot to unpack there for that game, but ultimately it was just Fearless Esports who actually won the game. And you know what, Mo? I am really looking forward to what Fearless Esports is going to bring to us for the next game.
Yeah, game 2 going in, of course, there will be a lot of adjustments coming out for Paradise Esports. Well, it seems to me that they still don't know really what to do against Fearless Esports. They were playing the early game very well. They had the rotations of 919 trying to help Yusong as much as possible. But when it falls to that mid stages of the game where, they start to look at, we're going to leave Yin alone. And then we're going to just really focus on Yusong. They prioritize Yin over Yusong. And it feels to me that Paradise Esports, they need to understand their own win conditions a lot better.
Yeah, they really need to. They really need to understand what their composition entails, what they can do to make it work. Especially picking up a very early game composition and not winning the early game really puts you under every time. And this time, they have to think about what they can do next, whatever they can bring out from that magic hat. Because I know in the second game, there's a potential that Fearless Esports would bring out the Hansin in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, the Hansin, something of a sore spot, I would say, versus
really?
Pause Gaming, because it did get dismantled, right? For Fearless Esports, it got completely dismantled by Pause Gaming. The Hansin was unable to find any form of value, and he was just kept locked down. He was able to get the farm, but they just kept disengaging from Hansin because they knew that Hansin, you don't have anything to actually keep them there. And Paradise Esports, if they can play the same way versus the Hansin, well, we will have a game on their hands. But currently as it is, I gotta say, right, Fearless Esports is gonna look like a clean sweep just from the way that they're playing.
Yeah, man, it took like 1 week for Pause Gaming to decode that Hansin pick that they had. Just 1 week. Once they went to the playoffs, they already knew how to deal with that Hansin. Because I remember during regular season, they won once with that Hansin. They tried it again in the playoffs. Didn't work out. So I hope it is a lot more formidable this time, or just throw it out if they don't want to pick it again.
I mean, we are already at game 2, so definitely you want to throw a momentum breaker for Fearless Esports. So definitely at this point, maybe you want to throw out something like the Lamen Liu Bang, maybe some of the cheese picks that you have. We did see someone wanting to pick up that Zhuangzi on the side of Paradise Esports as well. I do know they have a very good pockets Zhuangzi strategy, but they haven't shown that in playoffs so far.
Ooh, I want to see that though. If ever that happens, especially if the other team picks up a Dharma, that really mutes the Dharma and what he wants to do. And that's something that I've seen in the PKL. It was something surprising that they actually brought that out. But this time, we're very fast. We're going to go already to our game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Paradise Esports, they have that first ban and pick. So they will be looking to put their best foot forward against Fearless Esports, who looks so poised, right? Who looks so poised to win.
Oh, yeah. Especially Sky just being a bit excited, throwing down the phone on the table. But he was excited for that win on that game. But Paradise Esports recognizing that Fearless Esports could also pick up the buy run themselves, and banning it on their side is really good.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to look at the available bans and also what your enemy might do. And now for Paradise Esports, they really want to shut down Sky as much as possible. They take out the Pei, they take out the Luna. So this means, right, Paradise Esports, they want to either take up the Mai Shiranui, but Fearless Esports, if they pick up the Mai Shiranui, usually what Fearless Esports do is they pick up the Dolia and the Dun, but now they go with a different route. They go with the Dharma.
The idea on the second pick here for Fearless Esports. I mean, the idea could work pretty much on every composition because she's very versatile. But the Dharma, at first, good prioritization because they could definitely find a way to answer that Mai Shiranui on the other 2 picks, or rather, the other 3 picks that we have.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is he has a lot of mobility on the Mai Shiranui. So for Paradise Esports, they pick up the Dun themselves. And if they pick up the Dolia here, yes, they actually kind of have a very good lineup for Paradise Esports right now. Fearless Esports right now, it's more about trying to find the mobility to stay away from the Dun, or do they take the team fight? They take the Lady Dun. That's a very good response.
Yeah, good counter. Good counter against the Dun. Not a good counter against the Mai. You're not going to have the greatest time. But against the Dun, at least you mute him a bit whenever he tries to go in, throw the Destructive Deluge, then he's not going to be able to do anything to get out of it. But The problem here is Paradise Esports, they have a lot of things that they can still pick. Remember, they still have the Long in their favor. Good thing it's banned, but they could still pick up the A lane on the Clash lane just to make it a living hell for the marksman on the side of Fearless Esports.
And for the side of Fearless Esports, well, they look like they don't really like Tom because they're bans.
You can't play Tom.
They have all been for the farm laner, and now they do take out the A lane, so they take out the option available for Yusong. But yeah, there has a lot of farm laners have been banned. Like, as a farm laner myself, I don't know what I'm gonna play. You know, right now, Arlie taken out, Lung taken out, Lady Sun taken out, D10 taken out. So at this point, it's like, are you gonna pick a Ho Yi? Are you gonna pick something like a Garo? I don't know, man.
You know what? They picked the Chino, so you really have no choice but to pick the Ho Yi, I think. I think that's the only choice that they have here. They pick up the Ho Yi or the Shoye. If ever they need somebody to go for that late game, that could be possible. So if they pick that up, if they pick the Ho Yi, they're going to be losing on the damage department, then pick up the Charlotte. I think that could work out here for Paradise Esports. But I really doubt that they have Ho Yi in their pockets. I know they don't pick that. So it's looking like a Shoyu pick.
I mean, Shoyu, very good. And something I would like to see is a Sun Tzu, right? But they go for the Charlotte instead. I would like to see them double down a bit more on the team fight because Charlotte, yeah, very good at diving the back lines, but it has the same problem against the Dharma. And for Fearless Esports, they go with the Ogren for Sky. So yeah, Sky, well, I would say he has been extremely aggressive on these Ogrens, which is a double-edged sword. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And most of the time, it doesn't work against Pause Gaming.
yeah, because it's Pause Gaming we're talking about. Because Pause Gaming is just so good, man. Pause Gaming is just so strong right now that it's going to be hard to even win against them, even with their best pick. They're at their best form currently. But this time, I do like that we're seeing this composition for the side of Fearless because the Dharma Ogren really has a great idea, especially with the Lady Chun in their team. So this is already perfect. Their composition really finds a way to counter out most of the picks here for Paradise. The only wild card that they have to always think about is Belby's Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, Belby's Mai Shiranui is something that it is a wild card. Yeah, I would say Paradise Esports. Now they have a very strong looking draft compared to that first game. So they have a very good chance going into the game 2. Fearless Esports, it's now all about execution.
Yeah, what I like about the Charlotte pick most of the time is if it's against somebody who has a good amount of burst, she really can win that fight, especially after getting like 2 items already. So that's the thing here. If Yusong would find a way to breach the backline, that could be something that could work out for the team.
Yeah, something that Paradise Esports needs to consistently think about is getting that lane advantage for Tom, because KK, right, having a lot of farm, he's gonna present a lot of problems to the likes of Belby and Yusong. So while they need to get the map advantage at the same time, they still need to make sure KK doesn't get any advantage.
Yeah. And for now, 919 with MZK, the classic Dolyadun combo is something to always think about because most of the time, a lot of compositions struggle against it, especially in the first objective. So the Tyrant fight, Fearless Esports could actually give that up unless they get like a massive resource advantage against Paradise.
And right now, the clear speed going the way of Sky at this point. He's already going for that middle lane sprite, but is unable to get it out. But now we have a gift code on the screen for you guys. First come, first serve. Open up your HOK apps if you have not. And if you're opening it up right now, it might be a bit too late.
Yeah, on the top side, 919 is still going for this fight on the top. I like that Fearless Esports is just... Oh, wait. Top side, though. Gets the knockup. Gonna go for the chase down. Belby might be able to get the kill on Fable, but wasn't able to get some HP from that Enlightenment Mantra.
Yeah, a bit of the formlessness coming in as well to just try and get away from harm's reach. Now, Sky, he wants to force things here, but 919 and Yusong, they are in a bit of danger. There's a bit of pincer coming in for Fearless Esports.
Ooh, but are they gonna fight it? It's looking like they are not gonna continue with this battle currently, but they're trying to steal as much as they can. Right now, they're gonna go for the target in 919, but at this point in the game, I do think they don't have the damage to go for it, but Fable is gonna go in with a Truth Mantra. He's gonna be dead for sure. First blood coming in for the side of Fearless. Yusong Song is nowhere to be found. He has the flash though. Gonna go to the back line, gonna go for the dash, but the knockup is still gonna connect, and Paradise loses too.
Yeah, the rotations were nowhere near in time. MZK overstaying the welcome on the bottom lane, trying to get the advantage for Tom. Yes, it's one thing, but we talked about the map control as well. There was a clear numbers advantage for Fearless Esports, and yet they continue to force that team fight. 919, he is a Dun, yes, but he needs that Dolia, and MZK, he was all the way on the bottom side.
Yeah, right now onto the mid lane, we're seeing Sky taking up pretty much all the resources. A while ago he's at the mid, a while ago he's at the top, then he clears the camp so that he gets level 8 before the Tyrant comes in.
Yeah, at this point, it's really trying to get the farm for the side of Paradise Esports, trying to keep on with that advantage that they could have had. But now Fearless Esports with a lot of good map rotations, right? They shut down 919, they shut down Yusong. Those are the two important members going into the mid-game objectives. Now, Fearless Esports, we talked about them not having a good objective fight. They look so good now.
Yeah, they look so good just because of the 2 kills, but the leader Sam's gonna go for the chase down. Good knockoff coming in from Woodwind with the swing, but not enough to actually get the kill. No leader Sam's for this Tyrant battle, but doesn't matter because Fearless is at advantage.
Yeah, ready. There's a lot of chip damage in that bottom lane. They do need Tom to land these whirlwind charges if they're gonna get the consistent poke down in time. But 919,
yeah, gonna go for the chase down on 919. Destructive Deluge to slow him down. Gonna get the stun. And he's dead, never mind, but he survived for a bit. Gonna go for the chase down on Yu Song, not stopping even in the midst of the tower. The second tower, no, the execute didn't work out. And Fearless still not getting the Tyrant, but at least getting some jungle counts.
That mid lane turret at 4 minutes into the game, such an important marker for Fearless Esports. This allows access for Sky to become even more aggressive. The fact that Dun going down this early into the game is just a huge advantage for Fearless Esports right now, because that's the only frontliner that they have. Woodwind.
Ooh, gonna try. Destined encounter, not gonna work out. But top side though, Truth Mantra, Destructive Deluge, nobody to go. But Yu Song was able to flash away. Still good, and it works out. But back to your point a while ago, I think the problem here is that MZK is babysitting Tom right here in the bot side, which is why 919 can't even go with that Celestial Melody Unruly Blade combo.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're trying to make sure that KK does not get the advantage. That's one of the win conditions, yes.
Yep.
But for Paradise Esports, right, they can go with the route of putting all their eggs into one basket, right? Tom basket is not that bad of a basket to put it in, right?
True.
So yeah, with a lot of farm, well, you have a lot of poke damage.
Gonna be very strong, but now gonna go for the chase down onto the back line though, with the hold from the bitter farewell, not even needing anything else. He's just gonna be dying in the top side though. At least they got a 1-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, 1-for-1, but who does it favor? Fearless Esports, they will take that trade any day, because taking away the late game security from the Shouyue instead of Fable, who's not going to rely too much on the farm. One good truth mantra is all it takes.
Nobody is here on the top side to defend, but on the mid lane, this is a much bigger win for the side of Fearless, because they're going to be taking the tower in the mid lane, and also the tower in the bot lane got taken down too.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of map advantage going towards Fearless Esports. Currently 2,000 gold ahead, but looking at the itemizations, right? Blazing Cape already out for the likes of Sky, and of course Dun, he does have the similar itemizations, but already 1.5, maybe 2,000 gold advantage coming out for Sky. And this would mean in the battle of the front lines, Ogren, he's gonna have a better time, especially with the Conductor of Souls. The fact that MZK, he's still not sticking to 919. It really irks me at this point.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that it's still not happening here. Just sticking to Tom the whole time. I think Tom could survive by himself. Even if he gets dope, it's okay, because it's gonna take time, yes. But at this point, just giving the advantage to 919 could have been what they needed so that they can accelerate Tom a lot more.
Yeah, and for Paradise Esports, it's a lot of these early game decision making that comes to bite them back in the back. Now, Sky, he's not gonna worry about this at all.
Yeah.
Well, meanwhile, Paradise Esports, they do have a split push going at the top lane. Dharma, he might be in a bit of trouble, but there is more turrets being taken out from the side of Fearless Esports.
Yeah, bot side has been taken down. Top side, look at the answer. Look at the fight there. I think the Truth Mantra was able to hit, but Fable might be dying while that's happening. So here in the bottom lane, they're going to be taking a tower for themselves. Destiny encounter just to get some healing on Sky, but they still got the kill on 919, and the topside tower is still alive.
Yeah, of all people to take out the frontliner of Paradise Esports, Fearless Esports right now, they know that there's no one else to soak the damage of KK. They can stand your power gradation.
Onto the top side. Oh, Conductor Soul is going to get used, but he was able to stay alive for so long. Sky's still alive. Won't be dying in the end there, but a shutdown goes on. They still have Yin down, so it's still a 2-for-1. Belby going to go for the chase down. Not going to work out because of this slow from Woodwind.
Yeah, Tom also unable to find the finish with the whirlwind charge onto Woodwind. And with that, right, this gives a lot of space to Fable, who gets that top lane turret. They did have a great fight going on here. Power gradation did find its target onto Sky, but the Conductor Souls was just enough to top it up with the Seer State, get the execute back. They get the consolation prize onto Yin, but that's just a consolation prize because Yusong, he went down. That's the only backline dive that you have right now.
Yeah, I'm not even able to front for the team. 919 is going to be facing a lot of problems here. So he needs to frontline. If the front to back happens and work out for Fearless Esports, it's going to be way harder. Right now, look at the positioning here from Fable. Might be able to go for the back line, but the front line already has been breached. And they still have some minions to move forward. Right now, Sky is in front. Going to go for the Conductor Souls just to get some HP back. But right now, they're going to go for Belby. Going to go for that target, but they got the kill on Woodwind, so it still works out. At least Paradise Esports was able to get one kill, and never mind. They got a 1-for-1 in the end anyway.
Yeah, a bit of an overextension, trying to buy Yusong space here, but this is very good coming out for Paradise Esports, right? Going for these cross-map macro plays, taking these trades, actually favor them going into the later scheme of things. If they reach that 12-minute mark just without taking too much damage while keeping the net worth even, suddenly Paradise Esports, they have a lot of opportunities to engage and burst people down. They have a three-pronged approach, right? MZK with 919, one of the prongs. Belby jumping in, one of the prongs, and Yusong as well with power gradation.
Yeah, look at the item advantage here for the side of Belby. It's also because that Yin is just not really taking a lot of gold, which is why Sky is the one getting a lot of the chunk of it. So I hope this investment that they also put on Belby will be put to use, because it's going to be important for the next fights that we're going to have. Now they take the Overlord, they have a handshake on the objectives, and right now they're going to go for the chase down. MZK is going to be the first one to go down. They're going to go for more, and this is the back line. They got the Truth Mantra in front, and that's why they got the kills on both of them. Double kill, or rather 3 kills for the side of Fearless.
This is such a bad disengage coming out from Paradise Esports. Either they had to go for the fight there or just try and get some trades. For Paradise Esports, the moment MZK was getting caught out, the rest of the team members, they had to disengage. They couldn't disengage. They had to fight the back lines. They looked like they weren't fighting back at all. The call was to run, and that was a very bad call coming in for Paradise Esports. Now, with that, they lose 3 of the members. Yusong getting the 1v1 in with Fable.
Yeah, he's gonna be dead here. Yusong has nowhere to go. He has a lot of dashes and some movements, but he's just gonna be buying time for actually nothing. Right now, the Shadow Vanguard is already put on the top side, but it's gonna get cut off pretty early by Fearless.
Yeah, they're trying to stall the game as much as possible. So definitely, they're trying to stall it as much as possible for Paradise Esports. If they can stall these mid-game power spike coming out from Fearless Esports, they will have a very good late game, but this is some time. They just need some more time, Paradise Esports, if they can hold on here.
It's gonna be 4 more minutes to get them to critical mass, and this is enough time for Fearless to finish the game. Windslash, able to get the knock up in KK, half HP already on Sky, but not gonna be really pushing their luck here for the side of Fearless. They're just gonna be getting more resources.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Paradise Esports, well, they will have the farm available on the shoulder. Daybreaker is out, Shadow Ripper, and also the Eternity Blade. So damage, they have to worry about it. Windslash.
A lot of knockups though. Woodwind gonna be at the back. Gonna go for the fight though, but Yusong won't be able to find the target. KK just rushing in front. He's not gonna get any kills so far. The Wild Wind actually gets one on Woodwind. Wow, surprising. But it is still a kill for this side. Right now onto the bot lane, they're gonna take the tower. And at least that's mission complete for Fearless.
Yeah, Fearless Esports right now, they are looking to take out the middle lane turret as well. If they can take it out, it's huge. But look at this.
Oh, what a conductor souls on everybody. Destructive Deluge slowed him down, and that is just going to be taking on their heads right now onto the back. Babel looking for the truth, and he was able to find it. Was able to get one, and now they're looking to go for the end. Phantom passing off the sky, gonna get some HP back, but he's getting hit by the tower since a while ago. I'm surprised he actually rushed in.
Yeah, a great trade coming in from the side of Fearless Esports. They did get that tier 3 turret on that middle lane, right? Conductor Souls was huge in that sustained department, and the fact that they couldn't take out Sky was just a very bad nail on the coffin for Paradise Esports. Truth mantra towards the wall was Tom, and now he does have the Sun Chaser, but it's gonna be a bit too late. If he had it just 1 second, like maybe 10 seconds earlier, right? Sky would have died, and that team fight would have went a different way.
Yeah, you know what? If they had the T3 still up, this game could have went in favor of Paradise Esports. This is basically the critical mass here of Tom, and he could definitely kill everybody on the side of Fearless, but having no turrets is gonna be hard. You need to take like 2 clean fights to be able to come back.
Yeah, a lot of lane priority needed. They need to be proxy units across the map. The only one that can do that is potentially Yusong. But Fearless Esports, they're gonna go ahead and put the pressure on, right? Take the objectives, take the Shadow Tyrant, take the Shadow Overlord, and really force the team fights going through into the next side. If you have consistent lane pressure, you are unable to push out into your own jungle.
Yeah, they don't even mind the Primal Bond. They're just gonna be taking it to finish the game. This is a different look for me, for Fearless, because look at how steady they are. They are really making sure that they're gonna win the game before they take any risk. Now Tom, a critical mass, gonna go forward, gonna maybe even find some fights here for their side. The last battle is gonna happen today, and half HP already on their tank. They haven't popped their leader stance just yet for KK. They're gonna move forward. Here it comes. Damage gonna come in. Yusong onto the backline. Power gradation's not gonna hit. And it's working out for the team right now. The damage is just taking in their heads. 919 gonna Unruly Blade away. They still have some minions in front. The damage is gonna be there, and the backline has been breached. And that is Fearless Esports taking the game.
Yeah, 2-0, showing their phones, showing that they're all playing. Fearless Esports, they're all together in trying to make magic happen, finding themselves at match point. 2-0 right now. That's a lot of pressure onto Paradise Esports. They have a lot to answer for. And this time, their draft was way better than the previous game. And I gotta say, Fearless Esports, they navigated the minefields very well. I gotta say, for Paradise Esports, they had to have better rotations.
Yeah, they need to take their time here because, as you said, I was surprised that MZK was not sticking with 919 the whole time, because that could have been the goal of their composition. Make sure that 919 gets advantage against the Ogren matchup, then think about Tom after the fact that 919 already won it. And that's why it didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I feel that knowing your power spikes is also very important. Knowing your synergies is also very important, right? Usually in the professional level of games, you see that for Dolia, the moment you have that Celestial Melody, you are inseparable from that unit that you are trying to buff, which is 919. And for him, it just felt like he was on that brunt where he was not getting a lot of the support that he needs as a Dun. 0-5 and 0, 7,945, 15 minutes in the game. He's just not tanky at all.
Yeah, very different look at what Fearless Esports had. Sky had Woodwind, had Yin together with him the whole time whenever he's trying to invade, whenever he's trying to go for the mid lane. And that's the reason why it was a different win condition. Also, they invested a lot of gold onto Belby in this game, but I haven't seen Belby get a good knock up or a good setup in.
Yeah, but you do see the damage coming out from Tom, where that later game scaling was actually coming into effect, but they lost too many objectives, right? Fearless Esports, very good with the trades, consistently making sure that they were losing the map advantages, losing the turrets, then of course losing the resources as well. So Fearless Esports, well played to you guys, right? KK with the matchup on the channel and the idea, it really fulfills that same role of that early in the lane. Of course, in the later stages, you fulfill more of a burst damage rather than poke damage, but still, they made it work very well.
Yeah, they tried to make it work here, but Paradise Esports, they could have had the idea here. The idea was there. We know how their team should have worked, but it weren't able to fulfill the win conditions that they wanted here for the team. And Fearless just made sure that theirs are gonna happen, and they still are the ones who won.
Yeah, I mean, for Fearless Esports, they look all but poised and ready to go into the grand finals as they are ready at match points. If you look at the gold graph, it is all painted red. The color of Fearless Esports during that game, and they never let go of the advantage. Looking at the MVP as well, it will be Sky once again, 7-1 and 6.
This guy has been just farming the MVPs here. I do think even during the playoffs, he is getting a lot more than everybody else. So this time he probably has the advantage already because he got 2 today at the playoffs. And even during the regular season, Sky has been getting so much MVPs.
I mean, Sky, he had 7 regular season MVPs, and the next best was 4. So he had 3 ahead of everyone else. And now, well, it is a very good statement that Sky, he's not bothered but with what Pause Gaming did to him in the previous series, and he's ready for the next few series as well against Paradise Esports. And of course, looking at the final obstacle, it's gonna be Pause Gaming waiting in the grand finals. They're already at match point, and they're already so close.
Yeah, they're close to finishing it. They're close to even getting there. So with this, they're looking for that revenge, and they're hoping things will work out in their favor so that they can fight against Pause Gaming in the end here.
Yeah, looking at the replay as well, the highlights coming in, we can see, right, MZK, he was crawling from all the way from the bottom side of the map, unable to get out the heals needed in time. Celestial Melody finally up, but not able to help his teammates in time. 5,000 gold gap in the jungle at the end, and this was really just lack of support structure coming in for 919. First to go down, and couldn't even finish off Sky with the power gradation in the back line.
Oh yeah, and they were able to just finish the game after this. It was just wins per wins at that point. But what I like about this is the development of Fearless Esports as a team. They have been a bit more chill. They have been thinking a bit more about what they can do here as a team. And they are not pushing their luck most of the time. And that's why it's a big development, because small throws could actually lead to big comebacks for other teams.
Yeah, and for Fearless Esports, I gotta say, right, their map rotations, they're very well thought out. When Sky, he's going in with the path of passing, you can clearly see, right, Yin is there, Woodwind is there for the disengages, for the protection, and with Fable always playing across the cross map or finding a flank, he's able to find these truth mantras consistently where it's always in the back of your head, where somewhere a Dharma is gonna slam you into the wall.
Oh yeah, that's true. And also thinking about it, also in the back here, everybody was trying to go in. Belby didn't even have a chance to even just get a thing going for the thing, because nothing was going in their favor. I was expecting Belby to be the one to carry those team fights with the executes, and it didn't really happen. And that's why it's really unfortunate that they've been losing a lot of this very high priority good picks, and they're not able to fulfill the win condition.
Yeah, definitely for the side of Paradise Esports, they will have to go back to the drawing boards if they want to pull a reverse sweep. Maybe Fearless Esports, they start to thin out after that 2 series, because this is playoffs after all, and we are in the lower bracket grand finals. Currently, Fearless Esports, they are at match point, but we will be going for a short break. So see you guys after the break as we find out who goes to the grand finals.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve.
Yes, yeah. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wild Card King series, where we just saw Fearless Esports get a 2-0 victory against Paradise Esports. And I'm your caster, Moman. Joined with me is Dash. We're heading into game number 3. How are you feeling, bro?
Yeah, let's see if whoever is going to get to match point here in our tournament, because so far it's looking like Fearless Esports is not going to let things slip through against Paradise Esports. But Paradise Esports has been keeping things a bit close because it's taking quite a while for Fearless Esports to finish the games.
Yeah, definitely for Fearless Esports, they seem like they're a bit more disciplined, but it also seems like they're not really themselves, right? It's like they're just kind of testing the waters with Paradise Esports just a little bit, not wanting to over-aggress into enemy territory as well. And for Paradise Esports, I gotta say, first game, mistakes on the draft were made. They gave away the E-Sync to a perfectly good combination coming out from the side of Fearless Esports. But second game, they had a much better draft.
That is true. That is true. We have seen it at least here for Fearless. I love the drafting here for their side. But Paradise Esports, you know what? The idea of the draft was there. We knew how this draft could have worked for Paradise Esports, but they weren't able to fulfill all the check marks here for what they need to do in order for it to work.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, for the side of Paradise Esports, well, it seems like their priorities were a bit different, right? From usually what we're gonna see, 919, he's gonna get prioritized a lot by the Dolia, MCK. He was not there to really help them out with the trio rotations. You see that Mai Shiranui, he was not there as well within team fight ranges. And you can see 919, he was trying to play together with V-Song as much as possible, but the fact of the matter is, Fearless Esports, they sent 4 people just to help out Sky.
Yeah, that's why Sky was just super ahead against 919. It was like 3k, 4k, even 5k gold ahead in the end there against the other jungler 919. It was just that big of a lead because everybody was helping out, and that is a mark of a great team. That is a mark of a team that knows what to do when it comes to these situations, and that's why some of the teams here in the WKS also needs to follow through, especially when we have a season 2.
Yeah, definitely a lot of these teams here, they need to level up, right? In terms of, I gotta say, the top 2 teams, well, Pause Gaming and Fearless Esports, well, they came in from the qualifiers. They came in from the qualifiers, and they never let go of a grip in that regular season where they had a vice-like grip on the rest of the other teams. They were undefeated until they met each other.
That is true. That was the last time that we've seen them. It was Fearless Esports who was ahead. I like this story arc that we've seen from Pause Gaming, that this time around they had their training arc and they won against Fearless Esports twice now. One during the regular season, second was in the playoffs. But also, one of the stories that I want to talk about was Paradise Esports winning against Ultra Rare in the play-ins, which is also the reason why they're here.
I mean, Paradise Esports getting a victory onto Ultra Rare Esports, it was an extremely tough series indeed, right? It was back and forth, nail biters of a series as well. But Ultra Rare Esports, right? A new organization that has been formed just for the WKS itself. Of course, I'm looking forward to more of the representation in the more WKSs to come. But for Paradise Esports, well, it's not about counting your victories now. There's only one obstacle ahead, and it's gonna be Fearless Esports. What are you gonna do when you get to play with the big boys?
That's true. That's the reason why, especially this HK teams have been really, really strong. They've been really good at taking down all the other teams that we have here. And also, what's with top 5 teams? The PKL and the WKS have the same thing going. The top 5 team in the regular season was the team who got 3rd place. I don't know what's with these top 5 teams, but they're getting 3rd place. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a pattern there, right? Yeah. But the difference between PKL, difference between IKL, and also MKL, that for WKS, there is only one who will get that ticket to go to KWC. So I gotta say, the between Pause Gaming and Fearless Esports, I mean, I gotta say, at this point, for Paradise Esports, well, it's gonna be a very hard fight for 3-2 versus Fearless Esports. So I'm going with the storyline that we're gonna see Fearless Esports in the grand finals already.
That's true. I think it's going to be hard for Paradise Esports to even fight back here, especially with Fearless Esports. Look at them. Look at them chilling in their seats while waiting for the draft to happen. This is what happens whenever you have that you have a big advantage on the other team. But you know what I like about Paradise Esports is they're taking it well. Even if they have been losing the games, they know that what they did here in the WKS already is great.
Yeah, now they take out the Pei and the Luna for the side of Sky so that he cannot play it, right? But now this opens up the Dolia Dun for Fearless Esports. It didn't work against Pause Gaming, so Paradise Esports, meaning that maybe they might want them to pick the Dolia and the Dun. They did take out the Lung and the Arlie, so Tom will not have that available. Paradise Esports opens up with a Dharma.
What is with this marksman, and why does everything has been banned against Tom and he's not allowed to play? A while ago we've seen it happen, and this time around Yuhuan, I was waiting for it for Fearless to bring out the Yuhuan for Woodwind, just so that they have that extra vision whenever they're roaming around the map, and a Byron coupled with it, already good for Fearless.
Yeah, and the thing about this Yuhuan as well, it's not exactly something that Woodwind might play. It's something that Yin tends to pull out as well on the mid lane. So there is a possibility that this is a mid lane Yuhuan. So this is a very good flexible pick coming in from Fearless Esports. For Paradise Esports, they go for the E-Sing and the Ogren. So now for Fearless Esports, they don't have the Mozi available, right? The Mozi has already been used by Woodwind.
Yeah, I think it's a bit more scattered on the side of Fearless Esports when it comes to the draft, especially the first 3 picks that we have. Because usually what you do with the first 3 picks, this is like the base of your combo, the base of your composition. And Paradise Esports already has a good thing going. And you love to see these 3 picks on your side. And Paradise Esports, they're working with something good here.
Yeah, they do take out the Dolia, so they know that the Dolia Dun is something that you might see as well. And Yin might be placed on that mid lane Yuhuan. So very good ban coming out for Paradise Esports. Now for Fearless Esports, they take out more of the farm laners.
Sorry, Tom. Sorry, Tom, you're not gonna play. You can't even play anything this game. This is really unfortunate because Fearless Esports is just locking him down with the bans here on their side. Because look at that, that's 4 marksmen on their side. And they don't have the Shoye anymore, so they don't really have any good choice except for the Concert Yu for their side. No, never mind. They don't even have that anymore. It's in this 3rd game.
Yeah, so for Paradise Esports, it's gonna be looking very rough on that gold laners, right? So I mean, farm lane, they do have the Lady Sun still available. They picked that up, the Mozi. So very good pick coming in from them. The Mozi together with the World is My Board. Very good setup. AoE damage coming out from the Lady Sun as well. And for Fearless Esports, taking the Dun without the Dolia. I mean, I was kind of expecting this already, where they're gonna put Sky on the tank jungle.
They have no choice. They have no choice but to pick up the Dun here. The Menki is not really as good as the Dun, especially when dealing with an Oghren. But this time, the picks have been locked in. This might be the last game of this series, or this could go the length still. Look at this. Paradise Esports is just laughing it off because Tom had to play the Lady Sun because he has no choice.
I mean, Lady Sun is not a bad pick.
Bad. Yeah.
Yeah, they could have went for the Lady Sun Ming, but they opted to go for the Mozi instead, because I feel that for Paradise Esports, if they went for the Lady Sun Ming right there, yeah, it's still good, but I feel like Esports, they actually picked the Angela, really kind of respecting that pick that might come through, right? Because it's a 2-for-1 pick for you, but 5 members already in the mid lane.
What? Very early into the mid lane, Paradise Esports is looking for battle, looking for something to go in their favor. But what I like about this, though, is what 919 is going to do here. He's going to be taking the board, he's going to go for that steal pretty early. Because this early, I think Woodwind and Yin are not going to be able to react to this. They have nothing that they could do here.
Yeah, 919 ready with that early aggressive movement. 5 members, Paradise Esports, they planted in that mid lane. And now, for Paradise Esports, I just gotta say, right, in this early game, they're gonna have a great advantage, especially with Oghren on 919. Tom on that Lady Sun has decent mobility against the Shoyu. And now it's really on to Woodwind to find the key rotations through. That Cannon Blast being blocked out by Fable, very, very clutch there.
Yeah, just putting out the elevator just so they could give Sky as much space as they can and helping him out on the clear, because they know with that early losing that board pretty early was a really big loss for that Sky, so they have to do something to help him out.
And now MCK, he's here on the scene at the bottom lane, and I really like the rotations coming out from Yin to give Sky a better clear speed, right? Leashing the creep waves, using the nukes, because Dun does not have the best of the clear speeds compared to what an Oghren has with the Seer State executions. Now, they both have the same level of rotation, same level advantage. Now Sky, he will be slightly ahead.
Yeah, Sky being ahead is something good here for the team. Right now, pretty good spot to be in. World to My Board has already been laid out, but they're going to be going. Sky missed a bit on that Unruly Blade. Going to be leaving himself alone here on this fight, but there's 4 people compared to the 3, but they're still losing the fight. The Taking Liberty was able to hit, but Sky now alone on the battle, though 919 is in front, but regenerating a lot of health onto the back line. The Truth gets 2, and that's 2 kills on the board for Paradise Esports.
Yeah, gotta say, Paradise Esports, they have a very scary draft. The board was unable to find its mark, but if it does, it would have made the team fight way more accelerated. Now, Tom, he's gonna have a field day against KK. The amount of nuke damage coming out, KK, he has to lick his wounds. MZK, unable to connect with the Cannon Blast for now, but once the think inside the box together, the flash combo is up. Paradise Esports will have a very nice power spike.
Wow, Paradise looking good, especially in the first parts of the game. That is a condition fulfilled for the team here. If they could just run it with and work with these conditions that they're working with, it's going to go good for the team. Once they go to the Tyrant, they have advantage and they can go for that fight.
Yeah, now flashes across the board ready. Belby, he's able to jump at a moment's notice, but the rotations aren't there in time. But 1,000 gold advantage going the way of Paradise Esports. They will have to accelerate the farm on Sky. And the thing is, Sky, he's very tanky, but there's no sustain coming out from Fearless Esports until they get more farm onto Woodwind.
Yeah, they need to take a bit of time here in order for it to work out for the team. Currently, they're still finding ways to make sure that it's gonna be uncomfy for everyone, and this is what's good about the Mozi pick, because you can do a lot of things. Wordle's My Board right there in front. Sky taking up a lot of damage, but might be in execute range at this point. That's another kill for Paradise.
Yeah, 919 not taking it lying down with that previous team fight. Really like how Paradise Esports have adjusted 919 to play together with Belby way more, right? MCK might not be on the scene, but the Cannon Blast is a much needed tool to keep KK at bay. Now, you saw, can he win this 1v1 against Fable? Make that a 2v1.
Taking liberties is not gonna hit. Not a lot of damage going into Fable though, but right now Yuzong was pushed back onto the wall and Sky is there to clean up.
Yeah, consistently they do have to worry about launchpad mechanics, but of course with the spike being out of the equation, this would mean they will take the Tyrant for free unless they make a huge blunder here, but they do get it in the end and they are able to clear up their own creeps in the jungle, so there is no invasion shenanigans coming out from Fearless Esports and they respond to KK very well.
Good work coming for the team. Thing inside the box, not gonna hit. Good thing KK was able to react accordingly with a getaway. And now, onto the bot side, Yin and Woodwind are already in position, but Paradise Esports already backed off.
Yeah, very good disengage, but of course not able to find KK there with the flash think inside the box combo. Well, not gonna be looking too good. And this is Fable, right? He is on that Byron, something that they have to watch out for.
Right now we still have the members right here of Fearless Esports in position. Maybe even able to find a kill. Even with Sky dying a lot of times already from a while ago, they're still having a lot of advantage here for the team, and it's currently working out. Blazing Brilliance got used, and now he's not able to move away from that battle, and Fearless just took out the advantage from that 919.
Yeah, they do have the bottom lane advantage, but I'm surprised that, yeah, 919, he's so aggressive.
Oh, wow. And from what we've seen here, I think Sky, right there onto the top side, they have the Blazing Brilliance already. The damage is just working out for the team. And currently, it's another kill on their side, and 919 again falls down.
And they need to watch out for the burst damage coming out from Yin. At this point, level 8, that 2 levels in the ultimate power spike. Sky already jump in the back line here. MCK is trying to defend.
Yeah, gonna go for it, but Sky very tanky. Think inside the box, not gonna be regenerating HP at that point. That's gonna be another kill for their side. At least they're fighting back. Yin in front, gonna fall down, but taking liberties. He's out. And that's another one. 2 people are down. They're gonna go for the chase down, but Fearless Esports, oh no. Woodwind, not a good spot to be in, but was able to flash away. Unending Sorrow is up, but he's not. Never mind, he's gonna be using it to get some HP back, but a chase down with a Cannon Blast, enough to kill him in the end.
Yeah, the Conductor of Souls giving him the serious state in time. 919 really wants to press the advantage. I feel that Paradise Esports, they need to play around 919 way more. For Paradise Esports, it is going to be that snowball factor of that Ogren. They do get 2 tier 2 turrets, but that tier 1 turret, I feel it's much more important towards the map control for Paradise Esports, right? They will control that jungle buffs way easier. They will be able to invade much easier, especially with 919 having the path of passing.
Oh yeah, world's my board. Fable left alone here on the top side, got the minions in front. Fable's already half HP, but Paradise Esports just gonna be backing off here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, both of them still posturing for position. Fearless Esports, they don't want to force the team fight here. They want to get the map advantage that they lost on that middle lane, and still not able to find a position.
Got the knock up though. Tom, I think he's dead. He's not going to be able to move around here. That is already good. Fearless coming back from the game explosively.
Yeah, Fable getting that pick off onto Tom is something that they need to consistently find throughout the rest of the game, right? Tom is going to be huge in terms of the backline damage.
Right now, damage is still there. Yuzong wasn't able to follow through with the truth, and this is just going to be a knock-up of 919. A lot of people still alive here for the team, not even. Just really tanking up the damage here for the side of Fearless Esports. Top side could be pushed.
Yeah, they not need to overstay their welcome. Fearless Esports, they do have a sustainability issue if you compare it to the side of Paradise Esports, right? Their heroes are just meant for longer team fights, and Yuzong at this point still unable to find a good truth mantra is something that Fearless Esports needs to consistently keep at the back of their mind. Now, Cannon Blast landing on the Woodwind.
Yeah, and then Zoro had to force it out. And right now, Tyrant is available, but they have position on Fable here. Maybe they're going to be trying to take this. Right now, with this positioning, Fable, Sky might be going for that steal, but Unruly Blade was already used, so they're not going to go for it.
Yeah, definitely. Tyrant side objective side still favoring Paradise Esports, but Fearless Esports, they have been keeping up with the objectives with the farm, neck and neck in terms of net worth. And in terms of scalability, scaling into the late game is not a problem for Fearless Esports, especially at the state. 9 minutes in the game, 27,000, they will take these team fights.
Oh, got the damage. Blazing Brilliance finishes it off. Now the board is already on Sky. Not really gonna move forward because Woodwind has been pushing them away. They're doing really good at taking time here for the team. Got the healing that they needed. Sky's in front. Unruly Bait is gonna be there, but Yu Song on front is gonna be killing one, and that's good. At least it's still a 2-for-1. They can still go for that chase down, but the bot lane tower is getting taken out, and Fable is just gonna be taking this for sure. Even if he dies here, it's still worth it, but looking at it, he's just gonna back off and respect the members of Paradise.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Fearless Esports, they got huge damage onto that tier 3. They do get a tier 2 turret, and there's just a lot of map advantage going the way of Fearless Esports right now. They've been playing the macro, they've been playing the recovery very well, and it all started with them just trying to catch 919, and he might be getting caught once again.
Yeah, Stormstrike. Fable, really in front, smites the Crimson buff away, and that is going to be a call for Tyrant for Fearless.
This Tyrant is going to be the Shadow variant coming out for the side of Fearless Esports. They have clawed their way back into the game as Paradise Esports. They lapse in control towards that middle stages of the game. I felt that the rotations, they are just not as fluid coming out from Fearless Esports, where they are not respecting the damage also coming out from the Angela.
Yeah, Paradise Esports have been looking to maybe find something, maybe get an Overlord for themselves before they start this fight. So far, Sky and 919 really not that far off when it comes to the gold. Good comeback coming from Sky because he has died 2 times before this. And right now, already on critical mass is KK and even Tom. So this is going to be a scary fight on the marksman.
Yeah, itemization-wise, KK slightly ahead, and he does have the range to poke a lot harder than Tom. Tom is going to be a very heavy committal, but will have the AoE to deal with those team fights. Now, MCK, he is very important in landing these cannon blasts and landing the think inside the box as well.
Yeah, especially for the fight. Right now, Tyrant is still on their hands. Primal Bond, they have it. Gonna go in with Unruly Blade. Knockout's gonna work out. Conductor Souls to get some HP back for 919, but it's not gonna be enough though. KK's damage is just too much to deal with. And now they have somebody in front with Wind taking a bit of damage from that Cannon Blast, but was able to Unending Sorrow away. This is now a time to take the Tyrant, or rather Overlord, even with the Primal Bond.
Yeah, Fearless Esports, well, if they choose to commit this, and Paradise Esports, they sniff it out, they can actually contest this, but they choose not to. They actually go for Fable there, who has been applying pressure cross-map. Fable has been doing such a great job of doing this macro plays on the Byron that keeps Paradise Esports consistently pulled across the map.
Yeah, they always need to go to where he is because he has been pushing the towers really hardly. Woodwind had to use the Unending Sorrow again, but they have the time and use Song in front, but he was pushed back. The knock up on 3 onto the back line, working out for the team, but this is 919 in front of everybody, and he's just gonna get killed in action. This is already 2 kills for the side of Fearless Esports, and they might be looking to end this game.
What a reaction coming out from Fearless Esports Yin there, as the Truth Mantra was gonna be able to slam him against the wall, but the control immunity coming out from the Blazing Brilliance just in time. That response just showing a lot of micro depths, and Fearless Esports already knocking on the front door of Paradise Esports.
Knocking on the door. Last member, they have the Shadow Vanguard at the ready here. Yu Song is going to be up in a bit though. He has the flash and the Truth Mantra to work it out. Now they have the board. They got 5 people on the board here. Goes in with a Truth. Are they going to get the kill? No, it's not going to happen. They're still surviving for so long here for the team. Right now, they're losing all their members, and the Crystal also falls down in the end, and they fell before, but they rise now. This is so good. With this win, they carve a path to go to the grand finals. It's now time to face against Pause Gaming again.
Fearless Esports, they have done it. They will get the revenge match that they really wanted against Pause Gaming. Clean 3-0 against Paradise Esports. For them, it's just a little warm-up here, right? They looked unabated. They, of course, for Game 3, they did lose a bit of early game pressure, but they recovered extremely well.
What a great recovery coming in from Fearless. That game 3, there was a lot of good picks on the hands there of Paradise Esports. That could have been very well their game if they were able to continue with the early kills that they had there. But Fearless Esports was very formidable in finding kills themselves and coming back from that game.
Yeah, really, the damage of Yin was not to be underestimated once he hit that level 8 power spike. Having 2 levels in the Blazing Brilliance really shreds through the front line coming in from Paradise Esports, right? 919, he was unable to withstand the damage. Of course, he did get the early game advantage, get the early game kills, but this is what an Angela brings to the table.
Yeah, this is, as you said, the Angela is so good. Even looking at it, look at the items though. Venomous Staff on an Angela, usually not what you want to go for because you want to get that burst damage as early as you can, but still opted to go for it because they had to deal with that Ogren, and really good team player Yin is here.
Yeah, itemizations all on point as well. Knowing the mechanics, Yin, well, he took the Truth Mantra head on and just popped the Blazing Brilliance just to get that damage in time. And him not being slammed against the wall, him not being taken out, it really led to a lot of the key factors of winning teamfight. Sky, he might not have had the best of games, but of course, all he had to do was tank the damage while Fable was getting the cross-map plays and KK was dealing the damage during the teamfights.
Yeah, KK really needs to just hit the critical mass here, like what happened during game 2. A bit too late for Tom during game 2, but game 3 here for KK accelerated so much because nobody was looking at him the whole game, and Paradise Esports had to deal with him in the late game, and this is what happened here. But it was still a nice try for Paradise Esports. The story of these guys being the top 5 in the regular season and getting here as the top 3 is still something good, something great to go home with.
And of course, Paradise Esports does get relegated from the race of going to KWC. Only 2 left remaining, Fearless Esports and Pause Gaming, who will duke it out in the grand finals. But of course, Paradise Esports, they have left us with a legacy, right? The only Laotian representatives to come in from their region and to leave in the top 3, I say not too shabby.
Yeah, still good to see that Paradise Esports was able to get here. You know what? When we were talking in the regular season, we were talking about this is the only Laos team. Getting to the play-ins is already good, but they even got to the playoffs and got to 3rd place. You know what? I love it. I love this development coming from Paradise Esports. I hope to see more Laotian teams come out and be able to join the Wildcard King series.
Definitely. For all these teams here, they are also representing their countries, their hopes and dreams. So I expect them to level up the next time that they come here. And of course, with every development of every single region, we have more competition. And of course, speaking of competition, blowing across all the competition, gonna be KK with that 404 scoreline, not able to be found, 26% damage, and also 25% total gold.
8% damage taken. That's actually crazy. Everyone did a good job of protecting KK this whole game. It's just unfortunate that Sky wasn't able to get the triple MVP this time, but KK, very well worth it that he got the MVP here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I gotta say that Fearless Esports, well, they have a crazy task ahead of them, but it's gonna be that best of 7. So 1st to 4 will take the series. And maybe some people like it to play early, but some people like it to keep their strats to themselves, right? So for Fearless Esports, I gotta say, at this point, Pause Gaming, you already know what you're gonna go against, so it's really all about the drafts, all about how you play on the Gorge.
Yeah, the only question is, how is Fearless Esports gonna change things up this time around? Because what they did during the last time that they met against Pause Gaming, all of it didn't work. Everything that they cooked up didn't work out against the team, and they only had 2 days to practice a different composition, so I hope that is enough time.
Yeah, we saw the early team fights, right? There was a man advantage coming in from the side of Paradise Esports, bringing in Yu Song here. That brought in a great opportunity towards the back line. They were consistently putting members to get the advantage onto 919. But afterwards, we don't see the same level of rotations coming through for Paradise Esports. But of course, right now, 2v2, no problem, because Yin already used the Blazing Brilliance. But when it starts to become a problem, when they have the man advantage, that Blazing Brilliance is not something that you can actually underestimate. And now, from this point on, we start to see 919 just falling down and not using any resources other than manpower for Fearless Esports. They just had a great time in recovery.
Yeah, they're so good at layering crowd controls on top of each other. That's the reason why 919 died at that first attempt. The Chaos Cinders together with the Unruly Blade to the Wind Slash, that gave no time for 919 to even drop the Conductor of Souls most of the fights. And that's why it was just unfortunate there for 919 that they got the 2 kills back that easily. Now, for the last parts of the game, it was just Fearless, Yu Song rather, finding kills on the backline, but not really working out.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for both sides, I would say they did have ideas of what they wanted to do. Just Fearless Esports executed it way better. The board catching all 5, but it's not enough to hold the base, right? There's not enough damage coming out from the side of Tom. Belby, of course, he did what he can, but all I have to say is they couldn't defend 919 when they needed him, and definitely Fearless Esports, they took advantage of that.
Yeah, you can see the next match here. Wait, what side? Okay, right. The right side. Yeah, good side. Pause Gaming versus Fearless Esports. You can see it right there on the right side. This is going to be a time to see it. For Pause and Fearless, this is the time for revenge. Pause Gaming on top of everybody during the regular season and even during the playoffs because they're the ones waiting on that grand finals.
Yeah, Pause Gaming and Fearless Esports, well, there is going to be one going to KWC. And of course, this is the last region to find out who gets that ticket to go into the international series. Pause Gaming, they have been on top of things so far, taking Fearless Esports into that lower brackets where they had to play against Paradise Esports. But now it's going to be that revenge match, right? They're currently at 1-2 with with Pause Gaming ahead of the scoreline.
Yeah, it's going to be real hard here for Fearless. Going to be a time to come back. I think they're going to be having a very long break to think about what they're going to be doing for our next match. But again, we're still going to be your casters for the grand finals, everybody. It's me, Dash, and I was here with Moman, and we're just going to take a break before we head into the grand finals.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory.
Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea.
You're not welcome at my beach.
Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go!
You're not welcome at my beach.
Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve. Victory!
Yes, yeah. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory.
Clean up the trash!
Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders. Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory.
Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea.
You're not welcome at my beach.
Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders!
Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach.
Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Victory!
Yes, yeah. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory.
Clean up the trash!
Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash!
Excuse me. Yes, yeah. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory.
Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea.
You're not welcome at my beach.
Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders!
Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach.
Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve. Victory!
Yes, yeah. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory.
Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea.
You're not welcome at my beach.
Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders!
Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach.
Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Yes, yeah. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory.
Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea.
You're not welcome at my beach.
Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders!
Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach.
Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Steam! Victory!
Yes, yeah! Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory.
Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea.
You're not welcome at my beach.
Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders!
Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach.
Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Victory!
Yes, yeah! Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory.
Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea.
You're not welcome at my beach.
Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders!
Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach.
Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory.
Clean up the trash!
Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders. Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me.
Victory!
Yes, yeah! Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory.
Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea.
You're not welcome at my beach.
Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders!
Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach.
Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve. Victory!
Yes, yeah. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Honor of Kings Wildcard King Series Spring Season Grand Finals of 2025, where we're going to be bringing you guys the action of the last game. It's going to be Pause Gaming versus Fearless Esports. But first of all, I'm your caster, Bowman, and joined with me is Dash.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a fun day. It's gonna be a fun time. We've seen this two fight against each other. It was Pause Gaming who really went on top. This was like a battle of a lifetime for me for the WKS, because I was waiting for it until week 3, day 3, until I saw their battle. And it was Pause Gaming in the end who actually won. So this time they have advantage.
Currently, history-wise, Pause Gaming, they look extremely clean in terms of execution as well. It seems like from qualifier, they have read the strategies of Fearless Esports very handedly. And Pause Gaming, they've never let go of the advantage ever since.
That is true. That is true. They have been really good at what they have been doing. And especially against the other teams, we've seen them finish the fastest game at 7 minutes, right? I think 7 minutes. Yeah, at 7 minutes, they finished the game. And that was the clear indication that they were just so ahead against everybody.
Yeah, and against Fearless Esports, I just have to say that for Pause Gaming, they have shown a lot of their strategies. Whether or not Fearless Esports, they do answer with a playbook of their own, because there is a saying, right? The more you win, when you start losing, you don't understand why you're losing. And for Fearless Esports, it seems like, yeah, they still don't understand why they can't win against Pause Gaming.
Yeah, and until now, I think I'm still surprised that they brought out the same compositions when they were fighting against Pause during the upper bracket finals. So this time, I hope they have something in their stash to maybe pull out a composition that could actually win a game against Pause, because right now, it's a best of 7. So there's a lot more chances in winning.
Yeah, during the first face-off, during the upper brackets, of course, where they met each other, we saw Sky pull out almost every single trick that he had in the book, right? Dolia Dun was given the Fearless Esports, answered back by the Lady Sun and Ming, and now we have him using the Pei and Byron as well. Didn't really perform that well, and it seems like Snow has been destroying Fable in that 1v1 matchup as well. And of course, we can't forget Feng Jie. That guy is a monster on the farm lane.
Yeah, even played Luwara against Paradise Esports, which is one of the matches that I actually watched, because what is this? I was like, wait, they actually picked the Luwara during that game, and also the Kaiser also during that game. So Feng Jie, as you said, is an actual monster because he can use pretty much everything.
Yeah, I mean, that guy, pretty much, you can't ban him out, but you can make his life a bit harder. As we saw out of multiple teams, what they try to do is try and zone out Feng Jie. But of course, Pause Gaming, they have a very strong, unstoppable unit of Tinglin and Feng Jie together. And Maya Sodas and Snow really playing together with Xiao Yang as well, right? Xiao Yang, he's more of that fallback potential where you can trust him on that mate role, and he's never really failed as a mate so far.
That is true. He has been really good. I think one of the only fails that we've seen from the team was that one game that they lost. I think that really put a blot on their record here for the side of Pause Gaming. It could have been a perfect season, no losses, but it was still Fearless who actually gave them that loss.
Yeah, I mean, that was way back, right? And they felt like, yeah, they had all the homework done on Fearless Esports. They identified their win conditions, and they came back a lot stronger. And for a team to consistently be improving at this level, Pause Gaming, I feel that their gameplay has been getting cleaner and cleaner. Meanwhile, for Fearless Esports, it's more of them reading, right? More of Pause Gaming being able to read what Fearless Esports are going to do. But when Fearless Esports, they take out a new strategy, they take out something that they learned, well, that's going to be something new that we're going to see in the grand finals.
Yeah, the one thing that I like about Pause Gaming is that the consistency that they have for compositions that they know how to work with, that's one of the strengths of Pause Gaming. One thing, they know pretty much just one or two things, and they are the best at those two things. And that's why they are the best currently at Pause Gaming, because even if somebody tries to replicate the Pay Byron, nobody could do it as good as them, and that's why they're the best team right now with right now in the WKS.
I have to say, right, their identification of target prioritization across the map is very good in terms of getting the win conditions, whether it be Snow on the Byron, whether it be Myosotis on the Pay or something else. They know very well who they need to put the farm on. Even games where they were losing, where we saw Myosotis on the Ogren, who has been very dominant, well, they were losing, but they always had that layered fallback plan where they had that Feng Jie, all eggs in that Lady Sun basket, all eggs in that Shou Yue basket. Feng Jie, sometimes even on the early, he would just decimate and dismantle teams. So every single one of them is a potent threat towards Fearless Esports, but I'm not discounting Fearless Esports, right?
Yeah.
They also have that potential. Fable, if you put him on the correct position, he could deal a lot of backline damage. You know his Charlotte is a monster, but they have not found success against this one team.
Yeah, and one thing that I want to say about these teams is how there's different prioritization for Fearless and even for Pause Gaming. For Fearless Esports, you definitely know that it's going to be the Sky KK show, but on the other hand, Pause Gaming, there is some layers about how they do this. It's usually Snow in the early game, then all of it will go to Feng Jie once we go to the late game. And that's how there's a big gap on how they play the game, and that's how different these two teams are.
Yeah, and they really like to layer their setups as well. So you will see a lot of potential to start the team fight or not take the team fight at all. And their synergies are very clearly put out, right? For example, the game that they picked, the Da Chao and the Fu Zi, they were really banking a lot on the mobility, where every single character had the mobility to back up the Fu Zi as much as possible. And also the games where they pick Pei Byron, they always have that spacing, they always have that mobility skills to catch up with those team fights, join in on that early game pressure.
Yeah, I just want to know if ever they have something in store for us for this next time, because I remember the last time, it's been so long since we had the qualifiers. That's the time in where I saw the win coming in for Pause Gaming, or rather for Fearless Esports against Pause Gaming during the qualifiers. That's the time they won. So this was because of one thing also. It was because of the Hano that they kept picking that time. That Hano on Sky was something surprising for me, because it was the first time I've seen a jungle Hano that actually worked, because most of the time I see it, it doesn't work. But for Fearless that time, it worked. And will they pull that out against Pause Gaming this time? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's just a cool strat that they still have in their back pockets. There were a lot of opportunities for Fearless Esports to pull out the Luna, pull out the Hano. Well, they did not manage to find any form of opening against Pause Gaming, right? They did pull out the Neza in the jungle as well, and it wasn't really much of an opening. They pull out the Hansen as well, and maybe it's time to look at a different member for Fearless Esports, because it seems like Sky's rotations are being read very handedly from the likes of Pause Gaming. But of course, for you guys joining us, this will be the grand finals. We will determine who gets to go to KWC.
Yeah, and again, just really backing up your point there, I think one of the big indications of how some teams even checkmates their own jungler or Sky, checkmate Sky. It was just a game a while ago. In the lower bracket finals, we've seen Paradise Esports find a way to checkmate Sky in game number 3, even in game number 2, because of how they know the rotations are going to happen. So that means even the teams that are at the bottom of their rankings can read what they want to do on the side of Fearless Esports. What if it's Pause Gaming? Because so far it looks like Pause Gaming already have read throughout the whole playbook that Fearless Esports has.
Yeah, definitely in terms of plays, well, best of 7, it is that playbook becoming much and much more important, where you need to have a depth of strategy when we have that global ban pick, right? 6 of the global ban picks will be applied in the games. And of course, if we reach that game number 7, we will eventually have that ultimate battle. In the best of 7, what does the ultimate battle mean for those of you that are uninitiated? That means it's going to be a blind draft for both teams. And you can pick any hero that you want in your draft. So that means there might be, repeating heroes, mirror matchups, crazy strategies, and also crazy counter picks.
Yeah, that's what I want to see though. If ever we go to the ultimate battle, that is one of the most interesting things, because so far for the other regions, for MKL, for PKL, we had an ultimate battle grand final. So that is one thing that I want to see if ever WKS will also have that, or it really might be possible if Fearless Esports, during that 3-day break that they had, didn't thought of a plan of how to defeat Pause Gaming. It could really lead to just like 4-2 or 4-1 in favor of Pause Gaming.
Yeah, I hope they're coming prepared, right? Because against Paradise Esports, we saw them earlier today as well. It seems like they didn't want to show too much of themselves. They were showing like, normal strats that we use during regular season, taking comfortable wins, taking a comfortable space as well. And they weren't very aggressive with it. But we know that for Pause Gaming, they are extremely aggressive to jump on the opponent's mistakes. The moment you show a sign of weakness, they will smell the blood in the water.
Yeah, they're the most aggressive team. We have deemed them as the most aggressive team in the competition, even sacrificing some of their members just to find a way to get advantage, with numbers advantage, to get an objective. That's what Pause Gaming have been doing. And on the other hand, Fearless Esports was just a mix-up of both the defense and the aggressiveness. And we've seen that a while ago also. Even against Paradise Esports, they went on the full defensive here for the side of Fearless. I don't know if that's a good indication. I hope they would be able to punch back against Pause.
Yeah, let's just do a recap of the WKS so far, right? How have these teams gotten here? Pause Gaming, Fearless Esports, both of them came through the qualifiers. So they did have to play through a lot of different teams before finally meeting each other in the qualifiers, where Fearless Esports were able to take the victory, but it did not matter. They were seeded in to the 8 teams that will face off in the regular season. And of course, they had to face off top teams from Myanmar, top teams from Cambodia and Laos as well, where they managed to triumph against them over and over again in the regular season. Eventually, we were down to 6 in the playoffs. Eventually, they had 2 playoffs against each other. And now Fearless Esports, well, they were coming from the lower brackets.
Yeah, they came from the lower brackets. They are looking for revenge. And it also, what hurts about that they came from the lower brackets, is that it was a 3-0 victory for Pause Gaming. And that doesn't really stand really tall as a team that is looking to get their redemption for what happened in the regular season, and also redemption for being one of the representatives that the wildcards had last year. Because Fearless Esports was once a representative, and this time Pause Gaming is just taking them down here, really wiping the floor against them.
Yeah, at this point in time, both teams are still preparing to enter the server, so please be a bit more patient with us as we want the teams to be ready as well. Of course, we want to see the games as much as you guys, but of course, we also have to wait for the players to show their best game of Honor of Kings to you guys. So going into the best of 7, well, we've done this before, right? Best of 5, we saw Pause Gaming really dismantle Fearless Esports, but going into the best of 7, there is more at stake. This is going to be that final sprint, and both teams, well, going into the game 1, there's a lot of momentum at hand.
Yeah, there's a lot of things here for them to unpack, especially as you said, Fearless Esports went from the lower bracket finals, so they have more momentum going into this. So Pause Gaming was chilling a while ago, watching their games, checking out their strategies, and what they can exploit out of the mistake that they did from a while ago. So this time, there's a big challenge ahead of Fearless Esports because they exposed some of the chinks in their armors, so they would need to really step up this time.
I mean, for the sake of Fearless Esports, I gotta say, right? Maybe it's gonna be a warm-up for them. Hopefully, it's a warm-up against Paradise Esports. They are all warmed up, ready to play some Honor of Kings versus Pause Gaming, which they have lost to before. But honestly, for Pause Gaming, I feel like there's a lot of layers and depth within the strategies where they are really looking like one of the top few contenders. And what a better team to represent them than these two teams in the entire KWC. For the wildcard series, there's only going to be one. And I feel that these two teams, well, they will take it to the rest of the regions. Of course, you casted PKL, I casted KPL, and we did see the pedigree of the both teams coming through, right? You guys got 3 teams. KPL, there's 2 teams waiting in the playoffs as well. And I feel that, well, you need a very strong team to represent for this region as well.
That is true. You need a really good representation on how strong your teams are going to be. Even for the Kings Major East and Kings Major West, there was a bit of a challenge there for the top 1, top 2 teams that we have. We have 3 teams for the majors. So they have one from the East, one from the West, and one who ever won the West versus East battle. So they have 3 on their side. So they also have somebody who could represent the region pretty well. So with this, it's going to be tough though, because for the places who only had 1 slot, this is going to be a battle, basically a battle for everybody in that region to just get that 1 slot.
Yeah, definitely. There is only one stake at hand. And for both teams, it has become ever so important. This is the 3rd time that they will be facing off in the WKS. Of course, not including the qualifiers. If you include the qualifiers, this will be the 4th time, right? And if, well, Fearless Esports, they get a win, they will be tied up 2-2. So that's going to be an unsatisfactory ending. Well, of course, if Fearless Esports take it, they will also go to KWC. So there's a lot of history between these two teams. And we are going to find out really soon as, the teams are still getting ready.
Yeah, and also, it's a good story to talk about also is how Pause Gaming has always been like a 2nd, 3rd placer in the Wildcard King series. And this is basically their path to redemption because they haven't been the best team in the Wildcard, which is why we haven't seen them on internationally just yet as a team. We have seen them here in the Wildcard, but haven't been able to branch out like the likes of Fearless Esports that we've seen today. with this, at least if they win, even though they're currently the strongest team in the Wildcard King series, this is also a good growth to their story because at least they were able to topple or at least be the top one in the region.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's all about the experience about playing with each other before. This is the final preparation that they will have, right? Speaking of KWC going into the bigger brackets, straight away when you go into Riyadh, you will be playing against top tier teams. You're thrown in the group stages straight away where you will be eliminated, of course, if you do lose out in the group stages. And going through the playoffs, well, that's no easy feat either. If you don't get a lucky seed, well, sometimes you'll be facing the champion right off the bat.
That's true. It's really hard, especially facing up against the strongest ones. I hope that in the Wildcard King series, we've seen some development also from the other members of the Wildcard King series, because right now everybody's been developing, everybody's been growing. The likes of Ultra Rare Esports being one of the youngest teams that we've had here in the Wildcard King series. I hope that the next time that we've seen them, they already grew out of this tournament. And I do think everybody just grew out of this tournament. And they have some time to practice. I think it's going to be 2 months before the next Wildcard King series. So they have some time to practice so that they would be able to fight well against them.
Yeah, a lot about it is on the development of the region. And I feel that for this WKS region so far, we've seen 4 different regions combine and try and battle it out. So far, the Chinese region of Hong Kong, they have been extremely strong in having this vice-like hold, right? Of course, you can't forget their older brothers. They are also coming in from the KPL, the Chengdu AG. They are going to be in the playoffs as well. So that's going to be one of the teams that they are looking to fight. And of course, 3 of the members of Pause Gaming, they were ex-AG Global, so there's a bit of history there if they go up against the current AG Global, who is at the MKL. So MKL, yeah, you did say that they are one of the strongest regions, right, going through. How do you think MKL is gonna fare compared to maybe something like Pause Gaming or Fearless Esports?
Oh man, you know what? I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure if Pause Gaming will have any work done against those 2 teams, because for Nova, Black Shrew, I'm not sure if Pause Gaming will be able to do the aggressive strategy that they've been doing, but I think they're gonna get close. I think they're gonna get close against those 2 teams. But for now, it looks like the MKL is still the strongest region, just because they have been really good at emulating a lot of strategies that other regions haven't been doing.
I see. Okay. I mean, in terms of Pause Gaming, I would just say they do have a very big chance because they are very versatile when it comes to just learning these strategies. They have been putting it out forward as well. We did see them use the Liu Bang to a very good degree. We did see a lot of new faces coming into the drafts as well, where they will draft something much more oppressive in the later stages of the game, right? I really like that they were looking at the Liang. They were looking at how to make the Liang work, and of course putting in the Yao. I gotta say, they are putting in more work of their own to develop somewhat of their own play style.
Yeah, and you can definitely see the playstyle here of Pause Gaming, because you know what they're gonna be picking, you know what they're gonna be using most of the time, because they are really good at those ones. But again, the experimental picks that we've seen from them, this is the most experimental that we've seen from a team in the WKS, because so far the WKS have been sticking to just one strategy most of the time. It's the meta. Whatever works in the meta, let's just replicate it for the team. And I hope that will really work things out for the team as we move forward.
Okay, so all the issues on the technical side, they are ready. Pause Gaming, Fearless Esports, they will be having that last 5 minutes before we head on into the grand finals. Of course, for the grand finals, it will be a best of 7 global band pick as well. The entire storyline of WKS, the wildcard region, all these 4 regions, the hopes and dreams, they lie on this match.
Yeah, on this match, you could definitely see who's going to be at the top. Will it be Fearless? Will it be Pause? There's a lot of upsets that happen on the other regions though. So the second place, most of the time on the other regions, were the ones who actually won. So there's a big possibility that the second place Fearless Esports could actually get an upset against Pause Gaming.
Yeah, they call it the upper bracket curse, right?
Yeah,
the upper
yeah.
bracket curse,
Right,
where
right.
when you're in the upper brackets, well, there's some sort of confidence about you. But for Pause Gaming, I gotta say, they haven't been number one. Both teams coming in from the qualifier, they have that fire, they have that drive in them to really take this championship, show everybody else in the region what they're all about, especially the established teams. If you look at Fearless Esports jersey, I mean, there's no sponsors or anything. It's just FE on their jersey, right? It's
That's
just
true.
the simplest of jerseys. But now we'll be taking a look at the side of Pause Gaming. Look at their simple jersey. Snow on the clash lane, Maya Sodas in the jungle, Xiao Yang in that major role, Feng Jie on that farm lane, and Tinglin in the support role.
Yeah, this team has been looking for honor. They're looking to get that first place this time. It's been so long since we've seen them, but they haven't really clinched a top 1 spot in the WKS. So this time might be their time, and I'm hoping that it actually works out for Pause Gaming this time around.
Yeah, playstyle wise, Tinglin, Feng Jie, they really know how to play together. If Feng Jie is placed on something like a Long, you will see Tinglin going out to roam with Xiao Yang and Myosotis. But of course, in the early game, Myosotis and Snow, they are a very strong duo in playing together, trying to get the advantage for Snow.
Yeah, on the other hand, let's talk about Fearless Esports. Fable, Sky, Yin, KK, and Woodwind. We've seen this squad a while ago during the lower bracket finals. They've had a bit of rest on our rest for this team, so I hope that's enough. Their endurance needs to really get this by against Boss Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. Fable playing a lot together with Sky recently. I really like this development. But other than that, I haven't seen KK really performing in the gold lane, especially against top tier teams, right? When we talk about Pause Gaming, well, KK, he has always been in the mix, but he has yet to shine. And I feel that for KK, he's been very much overpowered by Feng Jie. But Woodwind, of course, trying to do his best to let him shine. But currently, Pause Gaming, their rotations, Feng Jie versus KK. Just look at the head-to-head. KK has a higher GPM, but Feng Jie, he's been playing such short games.
Wait, 50-25. Wait, is that right? 25 deaths for Feng Jie and 70 assists for this guy. So he has been a target of everybody if that's the case, and that's the reason why the GPM not really that high. And as you said, you're right. It's not really a high kill game, or rather a high kill game every time for Pause Gaming because they finish a game really fast, which is why the GPM is that low. I mean, both of these players, KK has been at the second place on the MVP list for everybody here in the WKS, so it's most likely why he's at the top here against Feng Jie.
Yeah, and if you take a look at them, both of them are actually and actively participating in the kill per game. And also the damage coming out from KK, he's been marginally higher, but Feng Jie, he just feels much more effective, right? We saw the play coming out from Feng Jie yesterday, the D10 Jie on the side of Pause Gaming against Fearless Esports, where he was gonna get so much map advantage all by himself on the bottom lane, just sacrificing himself 1v4 to get the damage on the Shadow Vanguard, using the cooldown coming back, and then defending the base in time.
That is true. That is true. And I hope they would be able to do this time, especially for the last time that we've seen them. They were not able to clinch it out against Pause Gaming. So with what has worked out, what have we seen here for the team? You know what they're going to be focusing on, especially for both of our teams. So I hope they would be able to get their conditions going.
Yeah, 1 minute left on the countdown before we head into the draft and ban. Anything you want to say to these two teams as they go into the grand finals, Dash?
You know what? I just want to say good luck. Whoever wins here actually deserves to be here. Because honestly, they did a lot this Wildcard King series. How about you?
Yeah, I gotta say, right, for both teams, they have shown the best of themselves in this best of 7. Whoever wins, may the best man take it. Of course, you get the chance to represent to KWC, but of course, know that all the teams that you've defeated, right, all their hopes and dreams, they rest on you to really represent the region. And when they go to KWC, hopefully, they get a good show.
Yeah, I hope they would be able to get into the playoffs. You know what? I really want the Wildcard King series to have a playoff show playoff show again, because we've seen them during Invitational Season 3. But this time, I hope they could do it again, because being one of the only teams, one slot in the KWC, there's a lot of weight that they have to carry there in order to properly represent the region.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure there. But of course, for these players, they are no stranger to pressure. They've been in these high-stakes situations before. They all have a lot of experience amongst them. And right now, it's time to show that, yeah, all that training, all that scrims, all those gameplays that you have pocketed, it's time to show everything, because going into the best of 7s, we might not even be in the same patch when we go to KWC as well. So definitely right now, it's time to show what's the best of this current meta.
I think there's going to be a new hero before the KWC. So I think everybody needs to know about that new hero, because that new hero is going to be a big one. So they all have to think about how they're going to be using that new one, and really excited on how these teams are going to be integrating that into their compositions as we move forward to the KWC. 1 month to practice, and they really need to make use of that 1 month pretty well.
The good thing is, right, there is a lot of SAT strategies already developed by the KPL. So, of course, they can learn about the strategies over there, but they still need to make it more comfortable, right, about really adapting to the hero, adapting to the newer sides of the pool, whether or not it works with certain lineups, whether or not they can find something new as well. Because I've seen like new meta is developing here in the global scene as well, where it's not really very similar to KPL. They just execute it very differently from the Chinese region.
That is true. Very differently, just because it's a different culture for the region itself, and they really could think about or brew about what they can use in the region in order for some strategies to work. So they have their own flavor. So with that flavor that we have, I hope they will be able to do that. And I think the players are really getting ready right now before we head into the game, because I'm really excited on what time this game is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, best of 7, definitely it is about the marathon right now. One game might not mean everything, and of course, you might see players holding their cards in for the drafts, but of course, getting the momentum, right? What does it mean to them? That best of 1, that wait straight away, once you get that 1-0, that momentum shifts so much heavily in your favor. You get a lot of breathing space, but at the same time, you can't relax.
Yeah, that's true. You really need to think about what you're going to be doing, especially on the first part of the battle, which is the ban and pick. So you really need to think about what you're going to be doing. And also, the side selection is also one of the most important things here, because it also dictates how you're going to be tackling the ban and pick.
Surprisingly, I think both Pause and Fearless Esports, they are not too scared about the side selection. But of course, in terms of drafting, right, I guess have to say during the last series that they played, Pause Gaming, well, they did have very good drafts. The way that they circumvented certain obstacles coming out from Fearless Esports was very well done, where they managed to go for something along the lines of the Yi Xing, then suddenly having the Liang to counter out the Pei and Byron, then finally segmenting their pick with that Yao finally in the end for Myosotis, where, yeah, you couldn't see the strategies until it all came together in the end.
That is true. Even the Lady Sun Ming that we don't really see in the WKS as much, which is a definite staple in the KPL because it's a very strong late and also a very strong carry in the late game. We don't usually see it, and they're the only ones who actually used it here for the WKS. So I like it that they were able to do it and really move away from what the meta is in the WKS, because you really need to find a way to set yourself up away from the meta of the region so that you really would be able to surprise everyone.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, well, for both teams, they're still trying to head on into the server, I feel. So just buy us a bit more time, right? We are going to be talking to you guys just for a little bit, just a bit about the other regions as well. What do we expect? This is the last region that's going into KWC for those of you guys that don't know. Of course, the other teams are already rostered in, and PKL, of course, my man Dash right here, he just casted the PKL. He saw the 3 teams go in. How was it so far?
Yeah, one thing that I was really surprised about the PKL was how, as I said a while ago, I think it has been a constant trend. MKL, IKL, even PKL. The second place team in the regular season was the one who won. It's Boom Esports in the PKL who won in the end. And I don't know, it might be the ultimate battle that has been putting off a lot of the top teams like Blacklist for the PKL, which is why I think they really need to think about how they're going to be tackling the drafts in the best of 7s, because that's one of the things that Boom Esports used in order for them to win.
Yeah, maybe Fearless Esports, when we talk about the best of 7s, maybe they do have more versatility, but it doesn't seem so coming in from their first clash together with Pause Gaming, where it felt like Sky was getting a bit more limited on the hero side, right? I would like to see him expand his hero pool, try to see maybe something he has in his back pockets as well. We do know that he always has that Hansen, he has the Agudo, he does have a bit of the Jing of gameplay as well. That Luna is something that we always have to fear.
Yeah, that is true. That is the reason why you always see the Luna getting banned on most of our games, is because both of our junglers, my Sodas, or even Sky here on the hands of Fearless Esports, they are the reason why Luna gets banned a lot, because whenever they get a hold of it, the game is going to be over right there and then. So that's why you have to be careful about what you're going to be picking. Also, we saw a Jing a while ago, so that could be something that Pause Gaming has already taken note of.
Yeah, I mean, with the other regions at hand as well, I mean, there is that KJL, the Japanese league, that will be entering too. So that's something to be worried about for other teams. That Japanese meta might come in extremely strong. Of course, they are an extremely new region. So, I mean, if you have been looking at the region, if you've been identifying what are the strong points, well, you might want to tell your teams in advance that, yeah, this is an upcoming region to be a bit scared about. Of course, we do have the new KME and also KMW as well. New teams coming through. So both sides, there is a lot to expect.
Yeah, there's also very familiar names there in the KJL that we know from the KME. It's Crazy Raccoon and Scars. They played in the KME and now they're playing in the KJL. So it's very important to talk about how these two teams are going to be doing things here once they move forward. Because with the experience they got from the KME, I think it would be enough to edge out against the other teams that currently joined the KJL.
Yeah, I mean, for both sides, well, it's all about really studying your opponents, right? Really studying what your opponents are doing, what is the current meta. And of course, everybody is going to be looking at the KPL. And during the KPL, well, we did see AG. They did have a very spectacular run. And of course, we did have one team coming in from the ACL as well. And now we see all the members of Pause Gaming gathered a different camera angle today. So yeah, very cool from them.
Bro, new furniture. I think this is a new place for Pause Gaming because it's a different setup, a different place. You can see the, what do you call that thing? The water thing. The water dispenser being covered. So it's a very different one. And also Fearless Esports still in the same spot and still in the same places as they had a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, for all of them right now, it's all on this final draft, final band pick, this last best of 7 that they will be playing. We see the Dharma, we see the Arlie and the Dolia being taken out. Now, with the final band coming out for Fearless Esports, they take out the pay. They don't want Sodas to have that available. But we know that Pause Gaming, they might pick up the Byron anyway for Snow.
Yeah, they're going to pick the Byron. First game, yeah, it's going to be a priority every game for Pause Gaming, especially for the first one. My Chirrui is up for contention here for Yin. They could pick that up for the team just so they have something very good for their first pick. And even the Long, we've seen also, which was one of the priorities here of Fearless Esports.
Yeah, usually the Byron, he just has a great time against the lane. Now, they did pick up the Diadea here, right? Diadea and Long, not really a strong synergy, but going into Fearless Esports, they seem like they want to pick a tank jungle because they want to have that sustainability coming out for Diadea. So this time, Fearless Esports not showing their hands a bit too quick, but Pause Gaming with the Ogren coming out together with the Lady Sun. So they really minus out the tank jungle coming out for Fearless Esports.
Really surprising they even picked up the Luna here because remember, Pause Gaming still has a way to find a counter against that Luna. And the Diadea getting picked, yeah, I think I was expecting that they kind of want scrappy team fights, like big team fights whenever somebody picks up the Diadea because the Destined Encounter really works well during those times. But with the Luna, you know what? It's still okay because at least you have somebody to hold down any targets of that Luna.
Yeah, and Fearless Esports taking out the Liang right now, right? They don't want the suppression coming out. The power word control, of course, something that you do need to consistently worry about. Together with the Disruptive Deluge, it does form that same combination that you see with the Princess Frost. And now Pause taking out the Sun Tzu, that Able for Fable is also very strong.
Yeah, right now, Marco Polo even right here getting banned here for the team. So definitely finding ways to win that clash lane is what Fearless Esports wants to do. But Pause Gaming understands that, so they take off any very safe picks against the Byron so that Snow would really be pairing well against those. I think a Charlotte could come out in this one for Fearless.
Yeah, actually for Fearless Esports, right, they go for the Zhang Ziya. They know that they do have the late game scalability with the Luna and also the Long. So for Pause Gaming, it's looking like it's going to be a Lady Sun and Ming. So that's a very good response going into the later stages of the game. With the Sanctification, doesn't matter. You have that link coming out from the Ming.
You know what? That's a strong one. That's a strong combo. This is what we've seen before from this team. The ladies, this is the exact same first pick that they had against them when they were fighting in the upper bracket finals. This exact composition won against Fearless. And I like that Fearless is answering back with Kind with a different setup.
Yeah, they do need to think about the Clash laner here. The 1v1 versus Byron. Well, it's not going to be a great setup, but having the ability to jump the backline, something that they lacked before. Fearless Esports now, they have the ability to jump the backlines a lot more. With the Luna and the Elaine, that pick, they might not have the Dole there. No double death at sunsets, but no problem, right? It's still a jump available.
And also a great matchup also against the Elaine, which is one of the things that I like about this. Is they can match up with the Elaine pretty well. The Byron, because most of the time what you want to happen is to win the lane against the Byron, so he doesn't really have that power. But picking up the Elaine against it, you know what? It is a good pick.
Yeah, Fearless Esports right now, they do have an extreme late game scaling lineup. If you think about it, Sanctification, Luna, Elaine, well, they have the sustainability to take these team fights. But something that they lack is that frontliner. Pause Gaming, they will be winning the 5v5s until it reaches a certain timing, maybe at the 15 to 20 minute mark.
Yeah, the goal here is right. For Fearless Esports, they do have a lot of damage going into this game. And one thing that they could use as an advantage here is how they are going to be playing the team fights. Because they don't need a team fight. With this comp, they don't need a team fight. They need to go for pickoffs. And that is what's going to work out with this comp.
Yeah, I mean, KK is not going to have a good time at all, but what we need to see out of Fearless Esports is whether they can get advantages from the other lanes, whether they can win out Xiaoyang, whether they can win out Snow.
Yeah, that is the goal here, especially for Pause Gaming. Look at this. The lane matchup, even though Long usually wins against the Lady Sun, but when you couple that up with a Ming, this is a lane that is unwinnable. And understanding that they're not going to win is what you need to know here for Fearless Esports. That Woodwind would just go for roaming so that they don't need to stay here this long.
Yeah, I mean, Woodwind at this point, getting that level 4 needs to have that sustainability for Fearless Esports. But Xiaoyang already in the enemy jungle, not able to disrupt that Crimson Golem being taken. But Yin not having that level 4 yet, well, not too big of a deal.
Yeah, not really a bad try. At least Xiaoyang tried and got some vision here for Myosotis in the mid lane. And it's already so good. Right now, they're doing so well at just pushing KK away so that one of their win conditions will be muted a bit before they hit critical mass.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very hard game for Fearless Esports to actually win out the lanes. Feng Jie, he has been dominating that bottom lane so far. But for you guys, here is a gift code.
Yeah, gift code. Put it down on the CD key on your HOK app and you're going to get anything, actually. You're going to get anything. Oh, they're going to go.
Yeah, I mean, KK, he does have that flash. Not Infinite Vast is not available at this point and not able to find the clean pickups onto KK. Well, that's just very good for KK not giving up the first blood.
Big 120 seconds. They won't have that flash on the first objective. So burning that out, pretty important here for the side of Fearless so that they need to use the Infinite Vastus on a big fight.
Yeah, Fable and Yin have been doing such a great job of counter-rotating on the top lane, right? KK might not have a good time, but Fable is managing to get the 1v1. But Snow, he's going in. He gets the knockup. And Yin actually forced to use the flash here. Snow, he doesn't need to worry a bit too much about this 1v1 so far. And Yin has to recall away.
Crazy man. The killer instinct that Snow has, he was the one who is in a 2v1 and he was winning that fight. Yin had to flash away and now we have 2 flashes that are down before the first objective.
Yeah, the aggression coming out from Snow. Snow really knows the full limits of the Byron. He really takes these team fights and he will give up his life handedly as long as he can get a trade. And that's something that's so scary about Snow. Now, Myosotis, he's coming on the top lane.
Yeah, on the top lane, we have 30 seconds before they go into the fight. Oh, they're going on Xiaoyang.
Yeah, Sky, with the new moon, unable to find the reset proc Xiaoyang, he's still able to keep that flash in check, able to use it for the next few team fights.
Yeah, KK still doesn't have it. He needs at least 30 seconds more before he gets the flash so that he has 2 ways to get away for this Tyrant. But I do think Pause Gaming are going to contest the first objective.
Yeah, something that they need to consistently keep in the back of the minds is Xiaoyang having that burst capability, having the ability to shut off any form of rotations as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, got the smite though.
Yeah, Xiaoyang, he will be going down. First blood going the way of Sky at this point. And Sky's Luna, something that's really supposed to be feared. Death at Sunset towards that back line. The lane gets a knock up onto 2. This is a great team fight for Fearless Esports as they get more. Sky with the resets, getting a double kill, a triple kill for himself. At 4 members go down, Snow manages to trade out Yin, but that will be the only consolation for Pause Gaming.
Good play from Sky, went to the back line, got Feng Jie and Qing Lin, and that really just went in their favor once they're out of that fight.
Yeah, something that they need to worry about is the consistent dive in the backline. Snow in a lot of danger here. He wanted to go for the 1v2, but they did have a lot of sustainability.
Yeah, a bit too late in that fight though. If Snow was there even before the fight broke out, that could have been a possibility for them to win because they really went forward here and I thought that they didn't have enough damage on the other side. And even Myosotis, the Conductor of Souls, wasn't able to hit that timing, which is why it was just in favor of that Luna getting to that backline. Also, their formation broke, which is why Pause Gaming just really went down.
Yeah, Death at Sunset really good at breaking up formations. They won't make that same mistake the second time, but definitely Xiaoyang and Feng Jie just getting a bit too comfortable there. Both holding their flashes. They were able to actually jump away, but they did not do so.
Yeah, that's true. They didn't have... Oh, they're gonna go in.
Yeah, Flaming Palm just used to answer back here, but now Sky, he is getting that Tyrant buff onto KK, but KK doesn't use that well. He actually goes down here. Now, with Sky jumping into the back line, 1v1ing Myosotis. Myosotis has to get out.
Yep, not a good fight for Myosotis. Sky really ahead here. 2 level ahead if you think about it against the other jungler here. With that 1k Goldie, that's a very big one.
Yeah, ready jumping onto Snow. Snow, he wants to fight, but this is not the fight that he wants as Sky will be taking that rampage. He's currently just unstoppable. Fearless Esports, they come to play during the grand finals.
Great wins coming in from Fearless, gonna go for more.
Sky jumping in, ready. Xiaoyang is out. Myosotis, he needs to try and find an opening, but with the rest of the team members jumping in, Qing Lin and Feng Jie, they're in a lot of danger. They might be potential falling low here. Death at Sunset being used to zone out Feng Jie, not able to find the finish, but now KK is here, not able to find the Flaming Palm, does get the finish. He actually finds the KO onto Feng Jie. That will be a great trade for Fearless Esports.
More kills for Fearless, and Sky is just on an onslaught, looking for battles left and right, and has been winning it for the team.
Yeah, consistent pressure coming out for Fearless Esports. Sky might not want to take this 1v1, but knows that Myosotis is extremely low. Sky, he will be given the shutdown gold here. Snow, not able to get him. Sky, with the new moon reset, actually able to pass the terrain away.
The timing was just perfect here. Sky could have died there, but top side.
Yeah, KK coming in with Bride the Wind. Snow, he's not going to be long for life.
Yeah, that was a good win. From what we're seeing here, I think Snow just a bit too aggressive on what they did here. Pause Gaming really just getting shut down by Fearless Esports. They really did their homework and everything has been working well in their favor. So far, the fights have been going their way, but they have to be careful here. They're on a timer. Remember, they have Feng Jie on the Lady Sun. So once this goes to the late game, it will be a lot more scary.
Yeah, ticking time bomb. That Lady Sona and the Ming, but now they have the sanctification, right? Coming out from the Zia, so they will be able to press their advantage a lot harder. Level 13 is Sky, going to be level 14 really soon. 3 level advantage versus Myosotis. That's going to be a very scary marker to face against. They need the net worth.
Yeah, very big lead, and this is not going to be good, especially Sky is already pushing level 14, another 3-level gap that they have here. Right now on the top side, we can see Snow just really pushing boundaries, maybe looking for a 1v1, so that fight in the mid lane is not going to be as pressuring.
Yeah, but they have to worry about Fable coming in with the Death at Sunset for the flanks. Now, Sky, he is going to try and push the advantage as much as possible, just proxying out the waves to deal with the pressure on the top lane and giving KK the farm, right? Funneling KK is very important now because he needs the farm laner to get the damage.
With this 3k gold lead, I think Fearless Esports really has a big chance of just winning here. I think Feng Jie knows that. Rolling raid, whenever you have somebody very close, you're gonna get the move speed buff, and he understood the assignment and knew that somebody was hiding in the brush.
Yeah, very good use of micro skills there. No advantages, no objectives to take for now. But Sky already living in the enemy's base. He's trying to find a pickoff, trying to find Feng Jie and Ting Lin, but they managed to get away.
Very smart hug on that wall here for Feng Jie and Ting Lin because they knew that somebody was coming because they have no vision on Sky, but Snow might find a kill here once somebody moves forward. I think he's gonna be killed though.
Yeah, I mean, KK at this point, he's willing to take this 1v1. Woodwind coming in with the flash. Snow flashing forward, gets that suppression, but it is not enough as 3 members are here.
Yeah, 3 members jumping in against him, and there's also tons of ways to just push him away. And Fearless Esports just ballooning the gold lead. It was a 3k gold lead a while ago. Now we have on a 4k. So they have to go for the fight though.
Oh, this is going to be huge if they can find Ting Lin and Feng Jie. They are able to pass the terrain away, and they're not able to extend the team fight. Mysotis with the path of passing. He wants to force something as soon as possible so that they can get a pick on the KK. But KK, at this point, he's flashing in, has that flaming palm. Feng Jie extremely low. Yin will be falling, actually. Able to find the damage. Feng Jie eventually does go down. 1-for-1 trade, but the rest of the team, they are not able to have the damage coming out from Feng Jie. Mysotis has to retreat. Death at Sunset being used as Sky is jumping in, but Sky might be giving up his own life here if he overextends. And already they do disengage. Very clean coming out for Fearless Esports so far.
Oh man, I want to see the replay of that. If you saw how Feng Jie, everybody didn't look, maybe did the fade away, and they were not looking at what Feng Jie was doing. He was dealing a lot of damage against everybody, and that's why he got away with a kill, almost getting 2.
Yeah, the trades go in the favor of Fearless Esports, though. They did eventually take out Feng Jie, and that's something that they need to watch out for. The cap that Fearless Esports have will be annulled by the Lady Sun.
Yeah, the Lady Sun is going to be the most important part of this game. Look at them going to the top side, though.
Yeah, going for the Shadow Overlord here, but the rest of Fearless Esports, they're here to contest. Woodwind already in. Fable jump in the backline. Does have Death at Sunset if he wants to get out, but he gets instantly plucked out by Feng Jie. Feng Jie gets the damage.
What is that damage?
He's so hard to deal with right now.
Oh man, Feng Jie is doing a really good job at keeping space even against Fable. Because remember, when you don't have Zoya, you can't get away with just going to the backline using your Death by Sunset. Because if you do that, you have no way to run away or even close the distance a lot more, which is what Feng Jie was using against Fable there.
Both teams trading objectives for now, unable to keep a track of the rest of the team. Now already 3,000 gold lead coming in for Fearless Esports. The gap is getting closer and it will only get shorter. As Sky, he's trying to go in for a jump here, and a great ultimate actually plucking off Ting Lin and Feng Jie. They both go down. Sky and Woodwind, they are now extremely low, but they don't have the damage as KK is able to dish it out behind the backs here with Ride the Wind and Downpour combo. Snow, he's surviving for now, but Mysotis is already out, and already Snow will be going down. These overlords, these vanguards will mean nothing.
Oh no, wasn't able to get any pushes out of that. 4 kills on the board, and Sky. What a play coming from him, keeping the distance in order for them to stay alive, not to be in execution threshold. And this was enough to just push the boundaries. Right now, it's looking like Fearless Esports are done losing against Pause Gaming and are just happy to take this battle.
Yeah, we saw that in the first game, though. This Lady Sun and Ming, it's not over till it's over. They did take 2 tier 3s and they still lost the game. So that's something that they need to consistently keep at the back of their minds. They've been doing a great job of taking out Ting Lin and Feng Jie. The combo being shut down is very good with the jump in the back lines. But when it comes to the high ground defense, do they have that same amount of pressure?
Yeah, the only thing that they have to think about always is how KK is just free to hit. Look at this whole fight. This whole fight, KK was just free hitting as a long. And that is not good thinking about it. And I like that the sanctification has been given to KK because he has been the one dealing the damage against the other team as much as what Sky was doing. So it's very smart that they were able to do that to him.
Yeah, the scalability is currently going Fearless Esports' way, but net worth's only 6,000 difference. Now, with this high ground defense, Pause Gaming, they have to lose very little members here. Fearless Esports, though, if they get 2 tier 3 turrets, they're all but set.
Yeah, they can definitely finish the game after doing so. Right now, critical mass here for Feng Jie already on that Daybreaker, so they have to be a lot more careful. It's gonna be all on Sky on how he's gonna be killing this backline.
Luna able to stay in out of the sights here in the bush here, not able to find the pickoffs that he needs. But currently they're pushing without any vanguards, trying to form a bit of lane pressure throughout, trying to get the chip damage, right? Fable consistently jumping in. Now in this bottom side, Sky providing a bit of damage, but Snow, he's able to just jump in. First life of Sky has been taken out. Snow will be able to get away. Now the rest of the team members are in. Ting Lin, he's actually getting knocked back, but Sky getting being taken out. KK going down here. So yeah, he does go down though. Snow, he gets the counter kill onto Fable, but in the back line, there is so much damage coming out for Pause Gaming.
2 for 2, not a bad start. Also popping the Siege Sanctuary out of Sky in that battle. Very good job. And Feng Jie doing a good job at spacing, even though the Fable and Sky are constantly going to the back line, still working out in their favor. This is a good start if they want to come back.
Jumping onto Maya Solis. Conductor of Souls not enough as he gets taken out. Now Snow, he's in 1v3. He's in no man's land. Lady Sun is around. Xiao Yang unable to supplement damage, but he's fighting. He takes out Woodwind. That's a great consolation prize.
Yeah, legendary for Sky. Really good job at just making sure that the Conductor's Souls is not going to hit anybody here for Maya Solis, and that's the biggest reason why it's so hard to play the long against this composition, because nobody is in range to use that Conductor's Souls.
Yeah, we see the group up coming in currently on the top lane. If you take a look at the team fight once again, they found a burst damage on the Sky, not able to finish him off. Same thing for Snow. Tingling going down. That was the huge changing factor. And Fable, he's able to jump the back line. Something along the lines of them having that Elaine right now, really changing things up. And this Elaine, he's still going for more. But Tingling extremely low. Feng Jie, they're both there, no man's land.
No.
They overcommitted for the Overlord, but it's just for lane pressure.
Yeah, but they were able to get the Overlord, so at least they bought themselves some time, so still a good job at doing so. So they bought themselves another clash. So that's one thing that we had to talk about, because this time, at least they will be able to still fight back in the end here. 8k gold lead, but the top lane might be in danger right now.
20 seconds away, Feng Jie and Ting Lin. And currently Snow, he's still recalling they are going to lose those tier 3s. They lost the tier 3 at the top lane. Fable going in with the Death Sunset. But Snow in the back line takes out Yin already. That is a great trade. Losing the Zhang Ziya, not too big of a deal for Pause Gaming to lose Byron at this point. Eventually does go down now, but Feng Jie and Ting Lin, they're back up. They still have a tier 3 to work.
They have to back off though. The tower in the bot lane might get pushed by that Vanguard that is pushing right now. They're waiting for them to take this.
Yeah,
that is so fast.
Oh.
This is going to be a tough one though, because right now with what has happened on the game, they really need to think about what they do next. Right now with Pause Gaming, they already have the tools in order for them to come back in this game, even though they didn't really get a lot of kills. So far, what they need to do here is to find a way to win that battle. They need to win at least 2 flashes in order
just get in the range. Now, Mayasoda's path of passing, not gonna chase.
Snow has flash though. I think they need to be careful about that. If Snow gets in range, this could be a potential kill for this side. 30 seconds on the clock though. Fengji just died with just one flaming palm from KK, and that is not good. You need to be careful about his range.
Level 18 on KK, that's something to be consistently keeping on the back of their minds. But Snow will have his power spike now. He's 6 itemizations, so definitely he wants to take these fights as much as possible. And we know Byron in these late game situations, he's also a scaling monster.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be way harder for him to get in, but he's gonna be surviving a lot more. So this time, they have 5 people in. Tyrant could be the last battle.
Yeah, Tyrant here. I mean, the rest of the team members are gathering here at Fearless Esports. They have been zoned out, but Sky gets the steal. Mayasoda is going down right now. Snow trying to fight 1v5, and he eventually falls. That's 2 members of Pause Gaming going down 1 minute before the Tempest Dragon.
What a steal from Sky again, and that will secure them the advantage in this game. With that Tyrant, it's going to be way harder to take those fights. Even in the backline, we're seeing Snow doing a good job at just pushing everyone away, but he's not going to be staying that long anymore because KK is at critical mass, and he's like 2 hits every time he tries to go to the backline.
Yeah, Pause Gaming right now in the back foot. They do have Mayasoda spawning in 10 seconds, and Snow is 10 seconds too, but Woodwind, he wants to engage now, but he gets blocked off. Now Fengji uses his first life. Ting Lin and Fengji, they are both down. Fearless Esports, they have all the damage in the world, not having to worry about Fengji. Mayasoda, he's back up. Can he hold on? At Fearless Esports, they're knocking on the front door. They're knocking in the base right now. As KK, he's on a rampage. He gets the base, and they get the first game of the series.
What a game coming in from Fearless Esports, and this is what we were afraid of a while ago. The ones that are staying in the grand finals, waiting for the other team, always has a hard time moving forward as the champions of the region. So this time, Fearless Esports strikes back first in this first game.
Yeah, they were unable to just find an opening with the Lady Sun and Ming. The Elaine just being the answer that they needed together with the Luna, able to jump the back lines. You had to see how KK was playing, right? KK consistently was looking for an advantage. He wasn't playing like a marksman. And this is what's so cool about his Lung. He's playing like an assassin.
Yeah, what's hard about this is how they are playing also on the side of Pause Gaming, especially on how Luna was just so ahead. Pause Gaming didn't really find a way to answer Fearless Esports in their own game. Especially they have the Byron pick on Snow and still not able to come in clutch as the winner.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, well, there was a bit of a snowball lead. We did see a bit of answers coming out for Pause Game. They were consistently trying to break out the Vice hole, but there was a bit of too much damage coming in for Fearless Esports, right? We did know that their lineup is a bit greedy, but once they reach that stage of the game where they are ahead, the damage is no problem for them.
Yeah, that is true. I think right now, Pause Gaming really needs to understand that whenever some picks like that, like the Luna, the Jing comes out in the game, it might be a bit tougher to really fight against. And we can see it right now. Fearless Esports, Sky was just a monster this game. Even though he didn't get the MVP, he was doing so much for the team. He got 19k gold out of that game.
Yeah, and I was saying, right, this man, KK, he needs to step up a lot, right? Especially against Feng Jie. And he was down so much early game. Feng Jie and Qing Lin, they were doing a number on him on the bottom lane. But the funnel of farm coming through, just space bought by Sky and Fable together as a unit, they've been playing extremely well together. And Mayasoda and Snow, well, they couldn't find the advantages that they needed.
That's true. It was really unfortunate that we've seen this. But whenever you have a Luna on the other side, it's going to be tough to play something like a Lady Sun. And even the Ogren really had a tough time. Mayasoda's just got those skills after the last fight. But before this, he was struggling. Even getting a Conductor of Souls in was really tough.
Yeah, I really like the breakaway because for Fearless Esports, right? generally when you pick a idea, it shows that you want to pick a tank jungler because the idea has that sustain, but they really just broke away from that. And the idea, he was just, that Woodwind was just a jumping initiator. He didn't really need to sustain in a team fight. He would throw his ultimate from far away just to start that team fight. And for Fearless Esports, well, this was the playstyle that Pause Gaming was not expecting with a idea pick. That's why they picked the Lady Zun, and then suddenly Fearless Esports just outdrafted them.
Yeah, they were fulfilling very different conditions here on the team fights especially. Pause Gaming really needed to go for those big team fights, but Fearless Esports didn't really opt for it. They didn't even want to take the team fight against Pause Gaming. Usually they take fights when they know they have a numbers advantage, and that's what they did. Divide and conquer is what Fearless Esports did.
Yeah, I mean, Fearless Esports very good at playing as a unit and also good at really getting the macros throughout the map. We saw that there was consistent pressure put up by Fable, and looking at the goal graph, well, Pause Gaming, they did have an early lead, but it was all taken away, and the MVP of the game has got to go to KK. 10-2, 11 assists, 30% damage, and also 23% total gold.
Yeah, at this point in the game, he was able to one-hit Feng Jie 2 times on that last fight especially, because it was really hard for Feng Jie to even do anything because he has to think about a lot of things. One, he has to think about KK, and the other, you have to think about Sky. So that was a lot of even Fable, that was a lot of challenge that they have to think about, and that's why KK was free to just roam around and hit everybody.
And this was the exact same lineup that Pause Gaming used to actually win Fearless Esports in that first game, right? Where we saw that, yeah, they actually had a horrible time just dealing with the Lady Sun and also the Ming as well, but they couldn't find a way into the backline. And once that answer was solved, that Elaine, that Luna pick, and KK just flashing into the backlines, well, they managed to take out the combo of the Ming and the Lady Sun.
Oh yeah, that is true. You can see it in this game. It was really tough. Even Snow, the star of the show here for the team, hasn't been able to really do a lot of things. I mean, he was trying. Every fight, he was trying to go to the backline to try and kill KK, but it was they were so ahead that he wasn't able to do much in those times.
Yeah, and this was a very good counter pick coming in from the side of Fearless Esports, right? You picked the Lady Zun, really expecting us to go for a tank jungler, but then they switch away. They go for assassin jungler. They go for Sky, jumping into the backlines. Fearless Esports, they have adapted extremely well, and they have adapted so well to Snow's macro plays as well, just really sending Woodwind and KK to deal with this consistently together with the help of Yin. They are now dealing with the pressures extremely well.
Yeah, right now Fearless Esports doing a good job at coming back in this hard-fought battle that they've been doing since the qualifiers, and having the first strike, having the first laugh in this series is actually a good showing for the team. At least now they're constantly improving, and they're doing really good.
Yeah, great use of momentum there. And we saw that Pause Gaming, they did have a lot of signs of life. Yeah, they did have abilities to take the game, but they lost Feng Jie and Ting Lin, right? And this is the problem of the Lady Sun and the Ming, where they are always together. So they are weak to AoE, they are weak to snipe and burst damage, and they are the only sources of damage. So once they are taken out of the game, suddenly you see Pause Gaming, they cannot finish off members of Fearless Esports, even though they're so low.
Oh yeah, that's true. Even here, look at this. Feng Jie was showing signs of winning those fights, but there was just a lot to think about there. There was a lot of really long-range engages that could happen anytime, which is why Feng Jie had 8 deaths this game, because there was a lot. Right here, you could see how much spacing they were doing for Fearless. I like that. They were spacing pretty well and keeping Snow and Myosotis at bay.
Yeah, I really like the return to form that Fearless Esports has, where it's not very predictable anymore. Their lineup is very different coming through. It's not the similar meta slave / lineup where they're trying to pick up the Dun for Sky. They actually go with the Luna, and they were presented with this option in the upper brackets, but it seems like they were just laying dormant. And now, with them coming into grand finals, they have that 1-0 lead. They take the team fight so well. If you take a look at the highlights, well, initiation was onto Feng Jie, the only source of damage.
Yeah, that's true. Right now, they are really looking to maybe finish this up, but again, with how Pause Gaming, are they going to be taking this lying down or will they find a way to do this? But look at this. Sky getting that steal and that Tyrant was just icing on top of the cake in order for them to finish this.
Yeah, that steal coming through, that buff at a critical timing 1 minute before the Tempest Dragon, and they didn't even need the Tempest Dragon. They could end the game right before that.
That's true. Right now, this is going to be a challenge here for Pause Gaming. How are they going to come back from that really big loss? Because they had lost a lot of very good picks on their side. That's already 3 in the picks that they had there. Look at that. That's 3 good picks that they have that they lost, and this is going to be tough moving forward.
Yeah, Xiao Yang on Lady Zhen is actually very strong, especially against the tank capabilities coming out from Sky, especially if he goes for a tank jungler, right? So now that you don't have the Lady Zhen, that tank jungler, you're suddenly very weak to it. Whether or not you draft the Liang and Princess Frost, well, that might be an answer, but it's usually meant for those dive assassins. Yeah. So definitely you won't have that response coming out from just picking up the Lady Zhen against the tank juggler coming out for Fearless Esports.
They're not gonna have the choices of others. I think the only viable choices that they have is gonna be the Yi Xing and also the Shi, if ever they want to control somebody in the front line. And they're not as effective as a Lady Zhen, but it's still a nice pickup that they could do. But as you said, big pick has been gone, and they need to think about what to do next, especially Fearless Esports looking pretty strong with these picks.
I believe this is the first loss Snow has had on the Byron in the entire season. So yeah, it's definitely in the grand finals. Well, you do see the playoffs magic happening. Fearless Esports, they brought their A game here in the best of 7s, and already with the Elaine pick really surprising me on Fable, and also KK, the way that he has been piloting the Loom. Well, that was not something that you want to play against as the opposite farm laner, because even if he was not on the Lady Sun, you would have been sniped so easily.
Yeah, that's true. I think with the Lady Sun Ming, they were trying to fulfill a very hard battle, especially with what they had already presented for the side of Fearless. It was really hard. It was really hard for him to do anything that game, because even with the help of the Ming, he's just going to be dying anyway. So it was really tough. But again, this is just a first game. It's a best of 7. This is why it's so good to have a best of 7, because they can still do a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a series that will go the distance here. It has been consistent back and forth between these two teams, Pause Gaming and Fearless Esports. We saw Fearless Esports take the qualifier. Then in regular season, Pause Gaming came out, and in the upper brackets, Pause Gaming, they smashed them. Now, Fearless Esports, they clap back. Now, 1-0 is the scoreline. So Fearless Esports, well, these two, they have a very strong rivalry. They have a very strong read, and I wonder what's the next read that's going to be going in the second banning and picking.
Yeah, they have a lot of history together, but it's not always them who stayed at the top here for the wild cards. Now they have a chance for greatness, both of them. Ever since the last year, they were looking for the chance to represent the wild card again, and this, they could not let it slip by.
Yeah, Pause Gaming, Fearless Esports. Now, Pause Gaming will be on that first side, so definitely wanting to have that 2 picks is going to be Fearless Esports once again. I think they're on the red side once again, right?
Yeah, that's true. Still going for the same sides. So with this, they're still going to have that good counter pick against the other team. And I like this for Fearless Esports. If that worked out again, they don't need to fix it this time.
Yeah, and for Pause Gaming, they do take out the Jing and also the Ogren, right? My Shiranui and Arlie being taken out. Pause Gaming, at this point, if they want to go for the pay, they can actually pick it up for the My Sodas, and they do. Because Fearless Esports, if you leave that pay in the pool, they will have went for the pay Byron.
Oh yeah, that's true. Pay. What are they going to be picking here? Dharma on the other side, so there's only one choice. It's going to be Mayin for Pause Gaming for sure. It's going to go to their side, but I do think they haven't preferred that a lot of times because Byron and Pei always available. But this time they have no choice but to pick up the Mayin because the Dharma is on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, at this point right now, Pause Gaming, well, they can't go for a Sun Ce, right? Usually Sun Ce is what you see together with the pay to add on the mobility, just join in the team fights. Well, and maybe go for a Yi Xing as well, but they go for the Fu Zi here. So might be a Fu Zi Da Qiao coming out, and Pause Gaming, they bring it out here in game 2.
Oh, wow. I would love to see this. Honestly, it's been a while since I've seen a Foots to Da Chao. I've seen a Foots during the PKL last week, but this time it's going to be a Foots to Da Chao. So it's Feng Jie and Qing Lin who's going to be playing this. So this is exciting. I'm already excited.
Yeah, and generally this is to just mark out that farm lane, make sure that you destroy the farm lane, get the snowball going on the Futsu. So Pause Gaming, they have a very good early game strategy. Fearless Esports taking out the Princess Frost so that they can't snowball on them harder. Now for Fearless Esports, right, they have a very good top to bottom, very easy to execute. So if you give the E-Sing to Fearless Esports, well, that's somewhat of a comeback character that they can think about.
That is true. They always have to think about it, but this time, right now, with the Princess Frost getting banned, they didn't really have any choices either, because with the Lady Jun not available anymore for Pause Gaming, they only had the choice of having the Princess Frost to make sure that the Dun just couldn't move pretty well in this game. But remember, the Yisheng is still available, so it could still come out in this game, and Fearless Esports needs to take it.
Yeah, Fearless Esports banning out the Gun and Mo, and that's going to be an added mage damage, right? They don't want Xiao Yang to have a good game, and for Pause Gaming, they take out the Angela. They don't want that early game burst damage coming out from the hands of Yin. So for what Fearless Esports can look towards is maybe go for the more honest team fight. They can actually pick up the E-Sing right now if they wish to do so. It does pair very well with the Dun. It does very, very well with the Dharma as well. But if they want to go for damage, well, E-Sing might not have that in the early stages.
That's true. I think they really... they went in with a shirt. But it's the same thing. Shirt doesn't really have a lot of damage in the early game, but one good thing about her is that whenever she tries to gank, especially against the Foots, it's not going to be easy for the Foots to do anything because he's just going to get pulled away.
Yeah, right now for Pause Gaming, they've yet to pick up the Clash Laner and also that middle role, right? Xiao Yang's picks have not been decided. So if they want to go for that using themselves, well, I don't think it really synergizes with them well. So they can actually go for a Nuwa, but they go for Miyue here.
Me and what else? And a Hano? Wait. This is a lot to take in.
yeah. So this is gonna be a Miyue Clash lane, and it's gonna be a Hano mid lane. So Miyue Clash lane, well, very interesting. It does really do well against heroes like Byron. It does well against heroes like Dharma as well. So definitely it's more of a snowball hero coming in for Pause. They really want to get the early game advantage.
I think the good thing about Pause Gaming's composition is that they can stay alive for long. That's the ultimate goal here for Pause Gaming. They have a way to split push with a Futsu, with a Miyu. With this too, they can ignore a lot of things and just focus on pushing and get the attention of Fearless. But Luba number 7 on that last pick.
Coming in for Fearless Esports.
With no master?
That's gonna... Yeah. I mean, it's not out yet, right? So the master is not here. So Lupin Never 7. So he's going for that really just artillery physical damage. And for Fearless Esports, I gotta say, right, their lineup looks very easily dismantled from the side of Pause Gaming, where if they have the Futsu, you can play that long range with a Lupin Number 7, but there's also the sustain with the Sea of Fate that you need to worry about.
Yeah, you always have to think about a lot of things here, especially if you're the Lupin number 7. It's like the Lady Sun thing that Feng Jie had to deal with a while ago because everybody could dive them. It was easy to dive them because there's like 3 or 4 people that you should think about.
Yeah, and with the Miyue as well, the Dun is not going to have a good time because with the Ravenous Tether, right, her second skill, she can actually consistently steal physical damage as well as like magical attack while recovering HP at the same time. So it's something that destroys a lot of the tank laners and also a lot of the Clash laners as well.
That is really true. And right now, this is going to be tough, though. I think what I like about this is what they're doing is they're keeping Feng Jie at the level that they won't really have to fight against. So this is a good start for them. They are just bullying the lane as much as they can, and getting a snowball out of Lupin is actually good.
Yeah, I mean, Feng Jie at this point won't be the main carry, won't be the star of the show, but of course, he's trying to hold his own in that bottom lane. 1v2 right now, taking quite a bit of chip damage, but Snow, on the other hand, right, he's gonna be that late game problem that they need to think about.
Oh, yeah. Right now, I think Sky also knows the assignment. They have to just bully the bot lane as much as they can.
Yeah, already getting the proxy going, getting the leash going for KK, just securing that bottom lane. Fuzi coming in with that launch pad mechanics, but he's 1v3 win slash, finds his mark. KK just juggling that tower aggression right now. And Feng Jie, he has to get out. Xiao Yang, he's here, but all he has is Scepters of Fate. There's no way to control him, and if there is ability to pick him off, maybe it's just off of Fearless Esports blunder.
That's true. Right now, the strategy is how they will be thinking about this moving forward, because the team has been having such a problem on how Feng Jie would be doing his job. But right here, while the crosshairs are in the eyes of Feng Jie, I think it's doing good for the other lanes because Maya Sodas and Snow have some space.
Yeah, I mean, that is that level 4 to level 8 pressure that you need to think about with Snow, with her ultimate. That's going to be a lot of pressure coming in. Now, with the leaping Koi Tides, we see a lot of damage on the bottom lane, and there is that Sea of Fate, but the first blood being picked up by Maya Sodas, and they get Feng Jie back to base.
Good pull, and that Sea of Fate was perfectly timed so that Feng Jie is not going to die. And this is the pressure that you want to happen, though. Not even... Oh, mid lane.
Yeah, Wind Slash being used onto 2 here. Good pull, but the Fate Rewind is available. And Xiao Yang, I mean, he's able to get out away at a moment's notice. Now, Leaping Koi Tides, it is going to be a huge problem for Fearless Esports. Consistent disrupt, right?
Yeah, honestly, annoying to deal with. You can't even get close with the Leaping Koi Tide, but again, Snow, look at what he's doing here. He's just taking the lane over, and he's doing so good at doing so because right now he's 1 level advantage against Fable.
Yeah, and that's going to be that 1v1 matchup. I mean, Snow, technically, he can even go 1v2 if someone like the Shi or the Dun is there, right? If he gets that tether onto the correct target, suddenly it's just going to mean that they don't have enough damage. Now, for Snow, consistently marking that top lane, getting that macro advantage going is something that they're going to need to do.
Yeah, the only big challenge that you're going to have here for Snow is going to be KK, because KK is going to be the one bursting him down, but one win in position. I think they're going to go and try to dive this. 5 seconds, we have the Tyrant though.
Yeah, there is going to be Pause Gaming trying to respond right now. They do have the movements to go in. Here comes the tether ready from Snow on the top lane. 1v1ing Fable underneath that turret. Fable extremely low at this point. Snow is falling low as well, but Fable will be going down. Now, this Tyrant does get stolen from the side of Maya Sodas, and that's going to be huge for the side of Pause Gaming.
Man, that was a really good steal. He probably dabbed also while doing that because he just walked in, smite, and got it by themselves. Thank you for the leash, Fearless.
Yeah, there's no way that they could have managed to take the Teamfight Fearless Esports right now. 2,000 gold behind. Now, Pause Gaming, at this point, they are at the key parts, but they have that Ocean available from Ting Lin, so he will be able to summon his teammates, and that's something that you need to consistently be worrying about with Feng Jie.
Even just fighting on the bot lane, the Eye of the Whirlpool is going to be dangerous. They're going to go in, I think.
Yeah, they are going to go in. Whirlpool available is popped here. Feng Jie, he is caught in no man's land trying to pull out the members, but does force the ultimate of KK to go the other way. Xiao Yang coming in and just gives up his own life.
Okay, nobody went back, but top lane, look at it. Top lane is getting pushed, and it looks like nobody is going to react to this. This is not good. After this, Snow is just going to be trying to push this, but let's take a look at the replay again. Look at what happened. I thought that after the Sage's Smite, everybody's going to go in with the Eye of the Whirlpool. That could have been a dead KK.
Yeah, that could have been huge if if Snow actually came in. It would have been huge. Now, recalling in between the 2 turrets, he's not able to get out. There's going to be a lot of damage here. He's going to be dead here. And eventually, yeah, it does go down. And there's a lot of gold for KK right now. Fate Rewind being used here. This is just to hang on.
Yeah, KK's damage is looking pretty scary, though. I think this is the time in where even Snow have to be scared about that, because Xiaoyang is getting bursted down pretty easily. How much of Snow are they going to be taking it? The question is, how are they going to be dealing with the pushes that Pause Gaming is going to do? Because right now, nobody could 1v1 against Snow. It is going to be a big challenge moving forward, because they are just going to split push to the max this whole game.
Yeah, having that range versus Snow is, of course, a much needed advantage. But of course, if Snow manages to put his face against KK, right, that's when things start getting a bit awry. And now for the side of Fearless Esports, they really want this mid lane turret. They have that push going. KK drops his ultimate already just to clear out the space. And already that chip damage will be enough.
Fate rewind. Okay, that's going to be a Fate rewind. Okay, they just got it back anyway.
Yeah. Fate Rewind is there. They did have to consistently think about that. And yeah, with the keep away damage that Fearless Esports have, well, Fate Rewind is a long skill to use, a very long committal. So I guess they can take the next team fight.
They can make use of it once they go for a team fight. Then, after the fact, then they try to fight back against Xiaoyang, because that Fate Rewind is going to be very annoying if they try to chip one tower by one tower, because it's not going to work against that Heino.
Yeah, they do need to consistently apply pressure, but they need to think about the pressure that Snow is applying on the top lane as well, right? No one is able to fight him 1v1 with that Ravenous Tether. His skill 2 is just so good at this point. Now, Yin is here, but with the Humble Shadow, able to get the disjoint away. Now, Sky is there. 3 members are here, but the rest of the team members are paused. They are disjointing in that middle lane. Snow eventually goes down. They're unable to get a trade, but they get that turret. That tier 2 is gone. Pause Gaming, they're going full macro.
Tower in the top, kill on the top side, tower in the mid lane, and tower on the bot lane also has been taken down. Look at Fearless Esports. They're kind of sticking together, which is not good in this situation, because Pause Gaming is just going to do this every time. They're going to put somebody on one lane, then try to push it so that their formation breaks. And Fearless Esports is a team fight composition, and they can't even get a good team fight in.
Yeah, there's a lot of lane clear coming out from the Scepters of Fate, consistent high ground defense as well. So this is consistent lane pressure that they need to think about. Now, Tinglin and Frontier, they might be in a bit of trouble here. They are able to get out. Sea of Fate is there if they want to use it. Now, Frontier, he's getting pulled by Yin. He overcommits, but he's one sliver of HP. Unruly Blade, unable to find him at this point. Now, the Whirlpool has been used, but there's no one coming in. Now, with the rest of the team members not able to really commit of this, Snow, he is here, but with the Unbow Shadow, you don't want to fight into this team fight lineup. They actually want to get the tier 2 turret. Fable is not here with the truth mantra. Sky jumping in even more. Wind Slash finds its mark, but they want that tier 2 turret, and eventually Frontier, he is going to go down. No, he does not. He survives here. There's a lot of chip damage. Scepters of Fate, enough.
Oh man, enough, but Mayasota is going for the chase now.
Yeah, Mayasota is with the flank coming through. Wants to find the priority target onto Sky, but jumps into KK. Great target prioritization coming out.
Great kill right there from Mayasota. That is very, very smart. Now they don't have any damage, so on the next 30 seconds, they could find a way to get the tower's done. Fable has been doing housekeeping since a while ago, hasn't been able to join any of the fights. It's also because, look at this. Look at what they're doing. They're just pushing the side lanes.
Yeah, consistently proxying the side lane. Snow, he's just taking these 1v1s, 1v2. He doesn't care, as he has the first kill to just bounce away. And Pause Gaming, they can just do this all day.
Oh man, they're gonna do this all day for sure. This is a game that they need to think about what's gonna happen, because the split push has been keeping the team fights at a minimum, and that's not what you want at what they have here for Fearless.
Yeah, right now, Pause Gaming still keeping Snow in the bottom lane with that Shadow Overlord being up. Fearless Esports, they want to path towards it. They want to take this team fight. But already, that Shadow Tyrant has been taken from Mayasota. That the Whirlpool is there. They do jump in. Frontier is being taken out, but he's just a meat shield as the rest of the damage is here for Pause Gaming. Snow, he's able to survive for so long, and that's 4 members of Fearless Esports down. Sky, the only one alive, he is just a tank. He is just a meat shield. Pause. They get the advantage. They might actually get the game as they rush towards the middle side of the map with the creep pressure that's already there. They want this turret as much as possible.
Okay, last time, 10 seconds on the clock. I think this is over, Mo.
Yeah, I think this is over already. KK will be spawning up in 3 seconds. Sea of Fate being used, but the crystal already gone. Pause Gaming, they tie the series.
What a game coming in from Pause Gaming. That is how you work a composition, because honestly, they kept the fights to a minimum. That's what you needed to do with that comp. They had a split push idea and it worked in their favor. Man, oh man, they were not playing at a fair advantage there. They knew what they had to do.
Yeah, a lot of the normal viewers won't understand this, but this is about objectives after all. They didn't win the team fights. It doesn't matter because they are getting the lane pressure, they're getting the goal through turrets, and they're consistently pulling Fearless Esports around the map where they couldn't take a team fight at all.
Yeah, that is really true. And again, it's what you want to do with that composition. Also, what's making it hard too is the Hano. Even if you try to push the mid lane, which is where Hano was the whole time, he's just gonna use that ult every time, then defend the tower because it's so hard to win the wave clear against the Hano. That is a comp that I wasn't expecting them to pull, and they were able to effectively use it.
Oh man, Pause Gaming, they show a different side of themselves. Usually we know them for being so aggressive, but their macro plays are so strong as well, right? Fuzi Da Qiao, you really expect them to fight, but now they're using the capabilities of the Sea of Fate and the Isle of Whirlpool to just pull and drag members of Fearless Esports around. And the map pressure is just really exerted on all sides from Snow and Myosotis. Well, that all came into play.
Yeah, even KK was able to do his job pretty well in this game, but because there were no fights, Fable also suffered. He suffered so much in this game because there was no fights happening, there was no chance to use the Truth Mantra, and that is exactly the reason why you pick up the Dharma. You want to go for team fights, you want to surprise the 5-man, and it didn't happen. Man, it's so frustrating. If I was the one playing on the side of Fearless, it's so frustrating to play against this Pause Gaming comp.
I mean, you were expected to match Snow's rotation as the Clash laner, but you can't win the 1v1 because of the Ravenous Tether. And even if you took the 1v3 like we saw Sky coming in on the top lane with the help of Yin as well, they will get more turrets on the other side of the map because Myosotis, he has the mobility to do so.
Oh yeah, that is true. And Myosotis in the last fight that we've seen had a great showing, getting that kill on KK, also finding the right targets on the backline. It's so good, especially if KK is not alive. There was no damage potential from Fearless, and Pause knows that. That's why Myosotis, even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to take KK, he is gonna be doing it every time. And again, look at that gold. It already just went in favor of Pause Gaming this game.
Yeah, and I feel that for the side of Fearless Esports, they were really lacking in the side of gold laners, in the side of the farm lane, right? Who to pick for the marksman, who to pick for KK, and going up with Lupin number 7, really not ideal versus Pei Myosotis, right? Because he's gonna be able to jump you, and you're such a free target going in from him as long as your team is unable to defend you.
That's true. This is really tough. Right now, Fearless Esports, I was really hopeful from that Game 1 performance because they were able to defeat one of the reasons why they lost that composition against that Game 1 composition of Pause Gaming. But I remember this is a composition that Fearless Esports didn't do, but the Mir was also picked during the regular season against them. But also the MVP, Myosotis, 403, 21% damage, and 26% total gold.
Yeah, Myosotis definitely shows what it means to be just both aggressive, great target prioritization, great patience, and great understanding of the macro, right? Sometimes when your team is making a cross-map play, usually we do see a lot of times in where teams do not communicate in ranked games, in competitive, where they go, yeah, he's just giving up his life. But of course, it's about making use of the space. And Myosotis, he would form the lane pressures of his own. He pushed down the mid tier 2 while Snow was taking out 1v3. He took down the bottom tier 2 while that was happening at the same time.
Oh, yeah. Again, as you said, this is really good. Right now, I think that is one of the strategies that some of you need to employ also in your own games because this is very effective, especially if the composition really screams not go for team fights. Don't go for team fights. You don't need to in order for you to win. But here, Fearless Esports in the early game, you know what? They did a really good job here. The Eye of the Whirlpool a lot of times was used as a bait. And Shinglin is just throwing it everywhere, but it's just not enough to actually push people from Fearless Esports away.
Yeah, and look at this 1v3 from Snow. While all this is happening, you look at the mini-map, right? The map pressure is being exerted on that middle lane and that bottom lane as well. They got 2 tier 2s off of that, and with this team fight, they just keep wanting to force them in. Wow, all this, Myosotis, he's doing so much damage in the backside. Now, with that, we see Xiaoyang going in with the Fate Rewind, just instantly poking in and out, then just showing himself on the map. Myosotis, 1v3 here, very good target prioritization on the KK, knowing that Wind Slash was already used.
Oh yeah, also very smart though. I like how they played here for Pause Gaming. This is one thing that you need to understand here whenever you play this game, because you need to know how to make sure that you get your objectives going and the win conditions of the team comp that your random ranked game teammates was able to do. And you know what? That was a nice time that we've seen here for the team.
Yeah, this is extremely high-level execution coming out from the side of Pause Gaming. This is a new side of themselves that weren't going for the team fights. They were going for the objectives time and time again, and they managed to get death by 1,000 cuts.
That's true. Right now, Fearless Esports did their assignment for Game 1. I hope Game 3, Game 4, even Game 5, they have some way to answer back against the other team, because it's looking like this is going to be tough.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be tough for both teams. Currently, they're tied up 1-1, but they will be going for a short break, and so will we. But do stay tuned for the rest of the grand finals as we find out who will be going to KWC. See you guys later.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory.
Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea.
You're not welcome at my beach.
Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go!
You're not welcome at my beach.
Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Steve!
Victory!
Yes, yeah. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Welcome back to the Wildcard King series. We have seen the grand finals. The first two games already, we are tied up with Pause Gaming and Fearless Esports at 1-1. But before anything, I'm your caster, Moman, and we are joined with Dash.
Yeah, this game has been fun. We have seen game 2 striking back again. Is this going to be a back and forth? I'm really excited if that's going to happen here for this series, because so far it's looking like Pause Gaming already got a hold of what they're going to do next. But Fearless Esports, we can still see that they can still come back from this. It's still 1-1, pretty early, still a best of 7.
Yeah, not a lot of key strategies or key picks being used so far. We did see something new coming out from side of Pause Gaming, right? Using the Elaine to jump in together with the Luna in the backline. But this is, of course, a global ban pick. So definitely you won't be seeing that a second time coming out for Pause Gaming. And Luna on Sky, very scary. But also Pei on Sky would be something that you can look forward to seeing in the next few series as well. So Pause Gaming currently right now, they pulled out the Mieux, they pulled out the Hano, they pulled out that Pay for Myosotis as well. So Pay for Myosotis, I feel that that was a very strong glue into putting those drafts together. Now for Pause Gaming, they do have more strategies, but what are they going to pull out? Which side are they going to show?
Yeah, I like that they have been very experimental here for Pause Gaming, because they have shown the Futsu and also the Dachao in their composition, and they've done this before in the regular season, but now pulling this out in this, I mean, a lot of them, the Hano, only one prio pick has been taken in this round number 2, so that definitely adds more value on what they did in round 1. So yeah, we lost a lot, but at least in round 2, with the picks that we had, we also won.
Yeah, in terms of priority picks, there are still a lot available in the pool. The Yi Xing, the Nuwa, some things that have not shown up in the mid lane as well. The Liang Princess Frost combo, that's still available. The Mo Zi and the Shou Yue, something that you can see as well. Also the Lam Liu Bang, something that we see regularly here in the WKS so far. So that might be something that you can see here between Pause and Fearless Esports.
That's true. And right now, they have to think about what they do next year for the team, because with Fearless Esports, they look really like they didn't really know. It's like they're deer in headlights right here for Fearless. On game number 2, they didn't know what to do. So now on Pause Gaming, they have this momentum advantage from winning that round number 2. Will they keep at it? That's the question.
I mean, it seems like for Pause Gaming, they know every time when Sky is on somewhat of a tank jungle, right? When he's on the Ogren, when he's on the Dun, they know how to counter him out very handily. But when he's on the Assassin jungle or playing something of a different role in the jungle, he starts to become a bit of a problem that they can't handle. Maybe this time they go for damage Hansen or something along the lines of the Haino again on Sky.
Yeah, I think having an assassin on Sky actually worked well for the team here. If they keep going on those tanks, I think it's not going to be as easy as they think it will be. Because from that last game, look at the problem here. Because they weren't able to really deal as much work as they really had to on that pick on Sky.
Yeah, I mean, on Sky, I would say his Dun has been pretty much read by Pause Gaming, and Pause Gaming, they played that very well, right? They know that Sky is going to consistently try and look for these team fights, trying to go look for these openings, and they say to that, yeah, we're not going to take these team fights, we're going to take your towers, we're going to take your creeps, we're going to take your turrets, and we're going to take our own lives, but at the same time, we're going to apply macro pressure.
Yeah, let's see how they're going to be doing here on this ban and pick that we've had. So if you're just tuning into the HOK competitive right now, we're on a global ban and pick. Whatever they pick from the last game are not allowed to get picked on this third game and even as we move forward in the series. So with this, they're still banning up the Dharma. I like that Pause Gaming recognized that the Sky could actually also play the pay.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, something that you need to worry about is Sky just pulling out the pay because you did pull that out for Myosotis and now taking out the Jing as well. That's something that I was going to allude towards, maybe pick up the Jing, but for Fearless Esports, they just pick up Arlie for KK already. And they already used the Diadea in the first game, so that's something that they won't have available. Pause Gaming, they do pick up the Yixing and the Dun just instantaneously.
Yeah, Yixing and Dun, they could definitely pick also the Dolia for this one. They don't really have a priority for it, so picking up the Yixing is good. Right now, they can still go for that combo. So with Fearless Esports having the Arlie on their team, it will be way harder for these two picks from Pause Gaming to even pin that down.
Yeah, I mean, for Arlie, well, you do need to have a bit of support. Well, it is a late game monster, but they don't have the Zhang Xia going in. And for Fearless Esports, I gotta say, very well drafted. Going into the team fight, you do have the Lady Zun to stop that ability coming in from Dun, right? You just shred the tanks and you just shred that front line before the fight even starts.
Yeah, just stopping the Dun is the most important thing on why you pick that. And I don't know if Pause Gaming is just flexing this because they haven't picked the Diadea yet and showing it to Fearless Esports that this is what you missed. This is what you didn't use from the last game. And you know what? It's okay. Because at least here with the Dun and the Yixing, they won team fights. And coupling that with the Diadea with the Destin encounter, this actually works well.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, looking at Paul's perspective right now, it's about protecting the backlines. And Diadea does a great job of protecting backlines. It's a lot of disrupt. It has a lot of sustain as well. So the healing factor is going to be a problem. So that's a very good pick coming through. Now, for the side of Fearless Esports, they already take out the channel. So they don't want that coming out in the hands of Feng Jie to match up against the Arlie because it is a natural counter when it comes to the lane presence alone.
Yeah, the question is what they're going to be giving here to Snow. I mean, the Sun Tzu is still available, so they could use that themselves because the Mai Yin against the Charlotte, not a good idea because the Charlotte could tank up a lot of damage from the Mai Yin unless Pause Gaming would opt to still pick that, even if that's the case.
Yeah, for Fearless Esports right now, an option available is not to go for the tank jungle at all. Like, go for something like Assassin Jungle. I mean, they have the Yao still available. If they want to do the same strat that Pause Gaming did against them, they can actually pick up the Yao and maybe something like a Da Chao or a Liang and just try and play for the macro, try and play for the segmented team fights. Meanwhile, for Pause Gaming, right, do they go for the backline dive or do go for more defense here?
The question for Pause, though, is how they are going to be... Oh, okay. Going for the Chow Chow here for Pause Gaming, I think this is good, especially against the Charlotte. You don't really lose on the damage department against the Charlotte here, and also good for how you're going to be tackling the mid to late game. But Fearless Esports, with how they answer, as you said, I do think Assassin Jungler would struggle against this current lineup of Pause Gaming. They have no real target unless it's the marksman, but they can even pick up the Menki here, which is kind of good.
Yeah, I mean, Menki or maybe the Hano, right?
Is that it?
Yeah, that's good. That's going to be the Hano jungle. That's going to be the Hano jungle together with Mozi. So they avoid the fights altogether and just hold with Sky, similar to how Pause played previously. So the Hano is able to hold the turrets, hold the front line, and get the farm going, and just avoid these team fights and just take segmented ones.
I like how they picked this when they saw already that there were a lot of tanky members for Pause Gaming. Because the question usually is for the teams that fought against this Hano was, how are we going to kill the Hano? If you don't have an Arlie on your team, it's going to be hard. The only option is going to be the D10 Jet. I think that's the only choice that they have here. Or Garo. Also a good pick against that Hano pick. Because if they need damage, Garo is going to give that to you.
Yeah, the Garo here, I mean, in terms of the late game scalability, you do have that shield nullification where you're able to deal 50% more damage towards the shields, but they're not really a shieldy lineup, right? It's more about that late game insurance where you're able to deal the damage from afar. You have a range, and it's the only thing that I'm worried about is the survivability coming out. If somehow from the side of Fable, you're able to jump the Garo, that's one dead Garo.
Yeah, that's true. If you get to the back line, that Garo is going to be dead. The goal here for Pause Gaming is to go front to back. For Fearless Esports, they need to break that formation. Because if that formation won't get broken, that Garo, even in the mid game, will deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, Fearless Esports right now, they will have to summon the macro game style that they played in that game one. And right now, already, we do see a bit of funneling coming in towards KK, putting him on the middle lane. But this is going to be a problem. Snow on the Cao Cao, he's going to be able to deal a lot of damage.
Oh man, with the Cao Cao here, especially in the early parts of the game, Fable is not going to hold a candle to this guy because the early game is just going to go in their favor. It's going to be tough, especially for what they're going to be doing here. Because right now, it's looking like it's going to be a lot of problems that they have to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, slow problems here, but of course, for both teams, it's still very early on into the game, where from the side of Pause Gaming, they really want to take these team fights, especially force them out of the Cao Cao. But I feel that they have an easier way to execute things, right? Where they are able to actually go for the macro, go for the team fight as well. But meanwhile, for the side of Fearless Esports, it's all about the defense, I feel.
Yeah, I do think Fearless Esports has a lot more of things going here because having Hano, especially with the tank Hano that Sky has been pulling up a lot, is going to be surviving a lot of the early game fights. So the other members of the team loses the pressure. Every eyes are going to be on that Hano most of the time. So the other members are going to be allowed to do a lot of things on the map.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's all about funneling the farm to KK as much as possible. And of course, with the global ban system, well, it means that they won't be able to pick this again. But still, they have to show their best right now, especially if they want to take the advantage, because the score is still 1-1.
Oh yeah, that's true. 1-1. And now this is going to be all about how they deal with the Garo. That's going to be like the side mission right here of Fearless Esports. How are they going to kill that Garo? How are they going to do that? Because most of the time, even during most ranked games, if you have a Garo on the other team, the only goal is to kill that Garo and that game could be over in seconds.
Yeah, but of course, there's also a problem in trying to kill the Garo because of the inherent skill set of Garo as well, right? The Silent Arrow, the ability to just take away the skill members of Fearless Esports, right? You want to use the Fate Rewind, you want to use the mobility coming out for early, but then once you get silence, you can't use your skills.
Yeah, that's true. It's also a big AoE, which is why it's also hard. And her range, that is one of the biggest problems though. Her range is massive and she could really kill from the L brush that you have there on the Crimson buff. She could really kill somebody who's trying to kill the Crimson buff. That is how long her range is. And that is the toughest thing to think about whenever you're fighting her. So you always need to break that formation. I mean, they have the tools though for Fearless to do that.
Yeah, they do have one jump, which is the Charlotte available in the backlines. They need a secondary jump, I feel, and maybe Hano will be the second jump, but they don't have the control. I don't think this is similar to the first game where they had the Luna and the Elaine, the two jump abilities available. Well, for Fearless Esports, it's very hard to execute. They need a lot of farm and KK first.
Yeah, at least in the mid game, the KK could actually kill that. Could kill Feng Jie at the mid game just because of his movement and also the presence of the Maple Dance. So that's something that they can use.
Yeah, consistent pressure is on that middle side of the lane. Already 3 members have gathered up. That lane clear speed is going to be crazy coming out from the side of Sky because he does have that Scepters of Fate. So they are going to disengage for now. But Pause Gaming, they have already gathered a bit of an advantage here in the early game.
Yeah, Pause Gaming really doing good here at their jobs, especially at Maya Sotis. Getting to level 4. This is what's important in the early game, is how you make sure that your jungler could give you more advantage after the first Tyrant. So you invest on them on the first 4 minutes, then let them do their jobs at increasing the pace of the game.
Now we see the rotations very heavy-handed towards Fable. They don't want him to have a good game, especially on Charlotte. Dive the backlines against Feng Jie is something that you need to consistently worry about. He does have Ting Lin to protect him, right? But Ting Lin, of course, you want to be doing other things than just looking out for Fable. You also want to initiate the team fights.
Yeah, and also what they're doing here, look at this. Look at how they're clearing the jungle on the other side though. They have the Fate Rewind right here, so they know that Sky is doing something here.
Yeah, ready with the teleportation circle. Myosotis, they want to contest this Sky. He's already in the enemy land here. He is 1v3 at this point. Does have that Fate Rewind. Gonna try and take as much creeps as possible. Does jump into the Wind Slash, but he's so tanky at this point. Able to 1v1 against Myosotis and then Fate Rewind away. I mean, Azure buff not going his way, but not too big of a deal.
Was not able to steal. Oh, going in.
Yeah, Ting Lin, he does respond back here. There's a lot of damage. Would win the level 4 yet. Does not have Think Inside the Box. Silenced up with the board. First blood going the way of Mr. Feng Jie.
As you were saying a while ago, the silencing arrow is actually so good at preventing Woodwind from doing anything else, and Xiaoyang even dropping the board just to secure it.
Yeah, definitely. At this point, they have to make use of all that's available. Now, Fable, he's in a bit of danger. Myosotis unable to catch him out with the Unruly Blade. The reaction speed coming out from Fable, but that's a flash being used.
Good flash, good flash. Right now, they have some damage. Oh, Yin might be in trouble.
Yeah, not able to catch him out with the abilities coming out from Xiaoyang. Already using a lot of the abilities at the bottom lane, right? That's going to be a huge problem, especially in take for this new objectives coming out, the Tyrant and the Overlord. But of course, the Tyrant will be appreciated.
1k gold advantage for Pause Gaming before we go into this objective. Right now, the damage, I do feel it's not going to be enough if they fight against Sky. But top lane, though, Yin is waiting for the fish to come.
Yeah, already Snow might not be the fish that he's looking for, but does get the knock-up, but not able to land the rest of the skills. But already at the bottom lane, KK able to find the finish onto Feng Jie with the help of Sky. Now, this is huge for the side of Fearless Esports.
Perfect timing from their side, though. They can go for a 5v4 here, 8 seconds before Feng Jie comes in.
Yeah, Cannon Blast onto 2, not able to really make use or capitalize off of this. For Fearless Esports, it's all about the macro gaming. Sky, he still has the Fate Rewind, just pushing on his luck here. Able to get out and keep an advantage at the same time while Fable pushes down the top turret.
Low HP on Sky, not even prioritizing the Tyrant at this stage. And I think it's really normal that we're going to see Feng Jie getting a lot this game because he has no way to escape.
Yeah, I mean, especially if he gets silenced by Feng Jie, that's going to be spelling disaster for him. But there is that silver lining, right? The macro coming out for the side of Fable, but Snow, he's been doing a good job of 1v1s.
Oh man, this Cao Cao coming in from Snow has been anything against him, especially in lane. And currently, the struggles right here of Fable will just really bleed into the late game later on.
Yeah, I mean, at the time where if Fable is able to get a gold advantage above the Cao Cao, then that's when it becomes really scary for Paz Gaming. But at this point, they don't have to worry because Snow, he's already 500 gold ahead. He's winning the 1v1s, power gradation or not, he does not care.
Yeah, even using the ult just to win the 1v1 there. I think right now, bot lane already down. So with this, they can move into the mid lane.
Yeah, right now the teleportation circle being used. Fable not able to find the kill there. Sky,
No,
he's
Sky.
in the midst of everything, but he does have the fake rewind to get out of harm's reach. Already very low.
Oh, nice
It's gonna
ult.
be Ting Lin. He gets taken down. Think inside the box used by Woodwind though. Now Snow in the back line. Sky, he's doing the same mirror rotations. Already KK does get out, so that's the key damage dealers out. And Fearless Esports, they want to disengage. They want to buy space for Fable.
Yeah, I think Fable with space on the top side. That tower is gonna go down, but look at the space also for Snow. Could actually take the second tier tower here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Fearless Esports really trying to answer back in terms of macro. But if you take a look at the good ultimate coming in, right? Think inside the box was only being used on Ting Lin. At this point, they're willing to give up Ting Lin as long as they can get more. But the thing is, Fearless Esports, they were doing it because they want to get macro on the top lane.
True, and it's working pretty well against them. Snow might be in trouble in the bot side though.
He might be in a little bit of a trouble versus the early. Yeah, falling extremely low. Yeah, one sliver of HP able to get out. This is the Snow that we know after. He is gonna push it to the limit.
Yeah, surprisingly survived that with at least 1 HP at that point. And this time, tower in the bot side at least equalizes a bit of the loss that they had a while ago. And it's looking like Fearless Esports still has advantage when it comes to the map macro. And right now, bit of a very far swing from Xinglin.
Yeah, but able to get out in time, no problem. And now it's all about the power spike timing coming in for Fable. As long as he's able to jump the back lines, they will have a secure team fight. And Sky has been staring down Ting Lin's movements here, able to find him out and get a clean pickup onto KK. Now with the silence arrow, not able to find where Sky is.
Yeah, they're gonna be looking for a push here, especially if KK is already at that point. Shadow Ripper has already been built, waiting for Feng Jie to get the Daybreaker. That is when this damage is going to be hurting for Feng Jie. So Fearless Esports is trying to accelerate the game so that KK would have advantage.
Yeah, I mean, for Fearless Esports right now, it's about just avoiding these team fights. If they can take 1v1s, I mean 2v2s, they're happy to take them. And while all this is happening, right, Fable is just gonna stay on the top lane for Snow to rotate, something that Snow was doing consistently in the previous state. Now Sky, he's in the midst of everything, does have the Fate Rewind to get out, and is going to use it once again.
Yeah, always have to deal with him, which is the problem. Board?
Yeah, board being used, Xiaoyang has to use the flash to get out. Wind Slash, not able to find any targets, but they do keep that mid turret and they do keep Xiaoyang's life for now.
Yeah, I think Fable already has advantage against Snow at this point, which is why he can't even take the 1v1 and stay in the lane longer than Fable. So this is when the problem starts to come up, because with the tankiness of the Sky and Fable going for split pushes, this is going to be tough because Paz Gaming with their lineup, they want to stick together, and Fearless Esports could really go back offs.
Yeah, Fable, he might be in a bit of a pickle here, but he does have the ability to get out. He still has the flash. Sky is here, but power gradation already used to try and get out harm's way. Now, with the rest of the team members coming in, Cannon Blast catches onto Snow, but not enough as they do get the turret. Pause Gaming get what they are here for, but look at where KK is, and look at where Feng Jie is heading towards. This might be a huge pickup if Feng Jie is able to land the silence arrow, but KK, he's already out of the way.
Good thing was able to back off. 30 seconds on that Tyrant, and KK already has advantage here, just looking at how he's moving around the map freely, because he knows that it's going to be hard for Pause Gaming to get a hold of him on most fights. So right now, that is going to be the struggle. Feng Jie, with this Garrow, he needs to get these items, and fast, because it's slowly going in favor of Fearless.
Yeah, Fearless Esports right now, the macro advantage slowly start to swing in their favor. They will have the Fate Rewind once again on Sky. He is going to man fight this, and with the board, he might actually be able to. The ultimate coming out from Diadem. This point, but Snow coming in with a huge flank might be able to find the knockup. It's not spotted out yet. Jumping in into KK at this point. KK able to get out, but not for long as he gets picked up, and that's huge coming in for Snow. Now Pause, they want to take this team fight. Fate Rewind being popped by Sky, able to extend the team fight. They're extremely low here, but Sky, he's in the midst of things as the Tyrant is still beating him down as well.
Wow, what a play coming in from their side. I think this is going to be over. For mid lane though.
Yeah, ready, Xiao Yang able to find the finish, but Fable, he's here and he's mad. He wants to rotate as much as Snow. Finally gets traded out, but a great trade coming in for Fearless Esports. But look at Snow, he gets to clear through. Already
gets the T3, and that's a bigger win for them. I think a bit too aggressive for Pause Gaming to even try to fight back against Fable there. And with this, KK is now alive. It's going to take a long time before they will be able to take this Tyrant, so that's going to be a problem that they have to start thinking about, because KK is going to come, and Sky is also going to come in just a bit.
Yeah, Cannon Blast landing onto two. Sky and KK, they are here with the launch pad, but unable to finish the Tyrant. Tyrant buff already in the hands of Pause Gaming. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to overstay.
What a knockup timing there coming in from MyZone is just denying Woodwind from getting a good thing inside the box, and that's why they were still able to get out. Tyrant is on their heads already, and they can play defense on that overload. But let's take a look at this replay first. Look at what happened during this game. Feng Jie free to hit. If nobody's there to help him out, or rather to kill him, this is gonna be an easy game coming in from Pause Gaming, and we said that a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Snow, he did a very good flank maneuver, finding onto KK. Great target prioritization once again coming from the likes of Pause, but Fable able to get a triple kill.
Yeah, that was crazy. What a crazy performance from Fable. He's at that point in the game in where he could definitely go for a 1v2 even in the backline, because the damage is going to be crazy. Right now, Feng Jie already on Daybreaker. This is going to be a scary game.
No, at this point is able to just jump in, but ready, the Fate Rewind has been popped. Snow not able to find any so far. He does not have the flank and already gets picked up by KK. This is huge. Sky, he's falling very low, but already Fate Rewind is gone, so that means they don't have that front line. The back line needs to watch out for Fable. They're able to kite him out in time, and same time Feng Jie is able to dish out the damage. KK is also responding in kind. But it's going to be a 3-for-2 trade.
Good kills coming in from their side. Advantage again for Pause Gaming. KK might be able to find a good Maple Dance once he goes in.
Red team has destroyed
Yeah, I mean,
a tower.
there is gonna be a huge opportunity for KK to dish out the damage, but he needs to find out where Feng Jie is, right? If he can win that 1v1 matchup, that's gonna be huge.
No, he's Sun Chaser already. It's gonna be hard though, because once he pops that Sun Chaser, he's gonna have massive range. This is gonna be tough though. Fearless Esports needs to find a way to jump him. KK, Fable, Sky, all hands on deck. They need to jump Feng Jie as they see him because he has no flash right now.
I mean, that flash, that timing is gonna be huge coming out, especially if can find him. But for Fearless Esports right now, they don't have the map control to do so, and they're consistently trying to get it. Now, Starbreaker picked up Fable already.
Oh no, this is gonna be good. At least Fable has Starbreaker, a lot more damage once he goes in. Could definitely pop Feng Jie if he gets close. So he's gonna go for that damage route because he's definitely carrying this game. And this time, now on the top side, they definitely have pressure on the natural lane pressure, so another fight could go on here.
Yeah, ready that natural lane pressure with the Vanguards coming through. They will have to defend with the help of the Scepters of Fate coming out from Sky. They're trying to hold on to the lane pressures, able to take out the top and bottom. Still waiting for the Vanguards to come in, and Pause Gaming, they will hold off for the push for now.
Not dropping the Vanguards just yet. It's still on the hands of so they're waiting for the right timing for all these minions to get close. So that's why they're waiting for the right time. So far, with the Vanguard, okay, they're gonna go for that top side. So it's looking like they want to push there.
Yeah, Shadow Vanguard popped on the top lane. They will have the tri-lane pressures. Sky right now, he wants to try and force out something, especially something onto Snow. Keeping the vision up is very important for the side of Fearless Esports, right? One mishap will mean that KK might be in danger.
Oh, they're forcing the fight here on the Tyrant because they already have the Vanguard on the top side, so somebody has to defend it. Very smart play coming in from Pause Gaming here so that nobody could contest the Tyrant. That's a good job.
Yeah, at this point, Feng Jie is going to be at critical mass. Does have the Sun Chaser already able to dish out damage from afar. The only key factor is if KK or Fable is able to jump him, suddenly the team fight will turn.
Yeah, the team fight is definitely going to turn because the damage from Snow even though it's good, it's not going to be enough for them to deal with. Right now, Flash is already out for Feng Jie. We have to look at it always because that is the only reason why he'll live once he gets jumped.
And now tri-lane pressure is coming in. They will manage to get Tier 3 here. Do Fearless Esports want to fight it? They do not. They do get a cannon blast onto Snow. No, really
nice
follow up there. We do have Snow already jumping in. Takes out Yin in the backline, but KK is still alive. This Yin for Snow at this point. Cannon blast unable to latch onto more as they lost their only magical damage hold here, but they will still have Sky available.
Yeah, Fate Rewind, waiting for that cooldown. I think 10 more seconds before they would be able to revive this tower, but no, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, ready. This tier 3 will not be long for life. No. We have Sky jumping in. He gets latched on. No Fate Rewind. Misplays coming out for Fearless Esports as Pause Gaming. They will be able just capitalize, think inside the box. Not enough. Woodwind, you're the only one left. There's no damage as Pause Gaming. They will be taking the rest of the turrets. They will take the base, and they will take the series 2-1.
What a game. What a very simple objective that they have to do for the side of Pause Gaming. Protect Fengjie. And they were able to do it multiple times in order for them. Simple objective that they have to do for the side of Pause Gaming. Protect Fengjie. And they were able to do it multiple times in order for them to get this win against Fearless.
Yeah, there were opportunities where they could have jumped, but it felt like the link pressure was not being dealt with enough. There was a full tank build coming out from the Haino, from the side of Sky, where, yeah, I mean, if you're going full tank, you're not going to have that same capability that the normal Haino has in the lane clear department, right? Yeah. So you're giving up something for the other, and really, it just favored Pause Gaming because they were just able to play around the objective so well.
Yeah, they got a checkmate there. Even though that Haino was a checkmate, but they got a check on that check on the other side, because I thought the only choice that they had there for Pause Gaming was a D10 jet so that they could kill that Haino pretty easily. But the Garo really passed off my mind because I was not thinking about it. But when I thought about it, it's actually a good pick. Garo, even though Sky is very tanky, still shred a lot of people. Not the Sky, everybody from Fearless.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is KK was not able to find the picks on the back line. He was not able to jump in. Fable, I mean, he did what he can, but the triple kill was the only thing that we saw, right? After he built his Starbreaker, he couldn't find any value because Snow was consistently man-marking it. He was no longer on the KK hunt, and he was just making sure that Fengjie was safe.
Oh yeah, that's true. This is why Fengjie, you know what? From what I've seen from Pause Gaming, the only have one simple objective on most of their composition. You know what? Having that one simple objective is good enough as long as you follow it, and usually it works out for Pause Gaming for game 2 and game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Pause Gaming, well, all hands on the Fengjie basket. You can see